Good morning, everybody. How you guys doing? Tell us the future. Uh, yeah, about that. Not so easy to do. Upstart at 4.2%. Upstart what at 4.2%? Oh, Upstart up 4.2%? Yeah, I'm not getting a sign right now. It's very exciting. I've gone from 99% long shots on my port to 80-20 safe dangerous ratio. BTU Jimmy Fubo shares of just Upstart Jans and VIX Feb 50s as my long shot. Feels panicky. Uh, I mean, doesn't seem that panicky. Let's see that new grill, bro. I don't have a new grill. Uh, I was supposed to go in for like a cleaning and his assistant wasn't there, but they still made me wait 45 minutes to find that out. Nobody turned my $200 free cash into 205 to 200,000 today. Oh, fantastic. Zero DT cat calls on the menu. They might be. Dow 30 is doing pretty good this morning. Russell and Nasdaq are outperforming though. So maybe zero DTE QQQ. Oh, ah, yes, fall allergies, my favorite type. Can you please explain this systematic tails thing in a language a 5-year-old can understand? Um, think of a resistance band, right? Like the kind you work out with, like for physical therapy and stuff. Think it's a think about it like being a little on the difficult side, like I don't know, like 25 pounds or something like that, right? So they're attempting to take that and hold it apart for as long as feasibly possible. And they're really, really strong. But eventually, the resistance band is gonna win out, right? Given a long enough period of time, and it will collapse back into its original shape. There you go. I don't understand your DD, but it's getting super shredded. Yeah, ding ding, exactly. I mean, there's only one Volamgeddon event, so we have no idea. That one lasted about 30 days. Like the risk pullback lasted about 30 days. We don't know. Refreshed, still no audio. Today is the day. Just close Discord and log back in. Or do you have no audio on YouTube? Did you hit the mute button? Never mind, you can't hear me say that anyway. Ding ding. No, it could be 3 days of ups. We have no idea. It could be one. It could be none. A significant update on SPX gamma positioning. Let me see if I have one. It might not be late enough yet. Oh, no idea. Yes, gamma looks really positive up to about 750, 775. Kind of falls off there. And the gamma flip point is at 38.22. And gamma skew adjusted gamma exposure is positive. Which is crazy because SPX Nave Gex is negative $27 billion. That's on Fubo's earnings report. It was basically what they told us a couple weeks ago when they released the preliminary report. That's all I've really looked at so far. Didn't Rev have earnings? I have no idea. Do they do they really have earnings reports anymore? They're on pink sheets. I don't think they have to even release them. It's just long vol squeeze can stop at any time and flip to the downside. We just don't know how long it could drag out. Yes. Or if they'll have time to squeeze out long vol in the first place. Coin's earnings were trash and it's ripping. Yeah. Yeah, I saw that. My my two DoorDash pits for December are very sad, but I have a lot of theta. Do you know the logic as to why the log charts show more reliable trends? Or is it just something that was told to you? Um, Let me try to think of how I want to put this. Give me just a second. for the straddle. Okay, so log charts are able to display data over a wide range of values in a compacted way, right? And so they reduce the effect of volatility on your chart. So it means that like percent changes are always displayed equally. So the distance from like $20 to $40 will be the same as the distance from 40 to 60, which is not true on a like a linear chart, right? You can use linear charts on stocks that aren't very volatile, but I don't think that's anything nowadays. I mean, like if you want to look at Tootsie Roll on a linear chart, it's probably okay. But like even that's been kind of volatile as of late. For the same reason we kind of see like the use of like Henka Ashi candles, right? And anything you can do to smooth out or reduce volatility in your like data. Tesla dead? I don't fucking know, man. No? I mean, I don't know what you need Tesla to go to anymore. Is it still like 600? You need Tesla to go to 600? If that's the case, it's probably not happening. Oh shit, I'm about to be the proud owner of lots of Upstart. Me too, man. Can you tell Fitzy BBIG is trash, please? I don't think I need to be the one to tell him. You know, here's the problem. When people are super into stocks like that, you just all you telling them anything does at that point is make them want to buy more of it. People are very spiteful when it comes to thinking they're correct about analysis. I don't know why, but they are. Especially most retail traders, right? They're really emotionally attached to their stock picks. But their inability to look at their stocks objectively generally leads to them losing money. Linear is good on Renko. That's because Renko already sifts price and volume into preset block sizes. Right, so it's price and volume irrespective of time. I will continue to DCA RevQ. I don't care what you say. Don't make me DRS it. Hashtag Refinity. Oh, Jesus. Man, today's going to be a rough day if I don't take some allergy medication. But if I take allergy medication, I'm going to fall asleep on stream again. Ah, whatever. Is that a bull flag on SPX? No. So like we're filling some of the downside gap at least. Back to 37.50. Where support is a little stronger, provided it didn't all sell off at open. The dentist was terrible. It's showing yesterday's stream card is live. That's unacceptable. Let me see if that's on my end. No, it's not. It does that to me too. Like I'll put in a new stream card and it'll just change it back to the previous one. Fenty gonna buy Rev? Who's Fenty? Shirt off sleep stream? I don't know about that. Liquid Zyrtec works for me, no sleepies. Huh. VCU looking yummy today. I know. That's Rihanna's makeup company. Oh, okay. I woke up with 900% profit on my leveraged LRC play. I think I'll take the rest of the day off. Very nice, dude. Yeah, ironically, I think LRC ran with the Chinese markets skyrocketing last night more than it ran with GME, but it did run. Sleepstream works. Also get a prescription for nasal spray steroid, no drowsiness. Yeah, I don't like those. Over time they like dissolve your septum. They're not fun. And I started taking those like long before they were over the counter when I was like a little kid, and they were way stronger. So I like to keep the middle part of my nose. Apple looks so weak. Any reason Fubo is going down after solid earnings? I said they were going to short it. Don't act surprised now. There's still a massive put wall on Fubo that's not going anywhere. Yeah, I use straight up like saline spray. VIX going down, does that make SPX IV go down as well? VIX is SPX IV. VIX shouldn't be going down. The price is dropping. A lot. Do you think AMD has finally found a bottom aside from a crash? No, it could probably go lower before we hit OPEX. Hey, look, VIX is still going down. I know, it's super fucked up. Are we crashing? It looks more like we're filling this gap a little bit. I don't even know if we'll fully fill it, but we are filling it a little bit. I mean, VIX is moving up a little bit on this, just not a lot. Seems decent earnings reports don't matter. There's always spin. Headline: Fubo TV's Q3 loss widens as subscribers' costs climb. I mean, there's always a way to spin it badly. I mean, it doesn't matter. There's just gonna be a big short position right on top of Fubo into the foreseeable future. Did you know Upstart is going back on Reg Show if they keep doing this, right? I mean, Upstart might just go back on Reg Show. Does VIX track SPX or ES futures? I believe it tracks SPX, S&P 500. It tracks the index itself, not the index options. Nope, it tracks SPX options. The VIX is the 30-day maturity of AM settled SPX contracts, PM settled SPXW options contracts expiring at the end of the week, excluding the ones expiring on the same day as the AM settled SPX options contracts. You can look up VIX's calculation methodology, I believe, through CBOE. Upstart blows. What do you want it to do? You mentioned again what signs you see that a Volamgeddon type event might be coming soon. Cheers. Yeah, I kind of went over that in the video last night. You should go watch it. Zero DTE GME $26 CC's safe. Oh, I wouldn't say so. No. What's the best way to capture a large VIX squeeze? Futures? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Definitely futures. If not futures, the VIX, like direct VIX options. I don't think my zero GT Apple calls are gonna print, my dude. Probably not. Yeah. Why did you get those? Cat 300 by end of year. It's unstoppable at this point. I highly doubt it'll hit $300. Are you considering you puts on SPX and NASDAQ? Yeah. I think it's weird that I pause you so I can watch you in a different time frame. That's pretty strange. You could also perhaps get some calls for the bounce. Yeah, you could have both. ES is a measure of future price on the SPX, not the current price. So It's not wrong. It's just speculators are inferring that the future price of the SPX will be higher than it is now. If a long vol squeeze began, when US shorted stocks going to start going up? As soon as long vol starts getting squeezed? How far in the future? Depends on the contract. Do market orders for upstart calls get filled at a good price in your experience? I mean, it's not like upstart's running. I don't know why you'd need to use a market order. You'll experience slippage on most options contracts if you buy a lot of them at market price. Yes, ES1 what? That's the ticker for E-minis. Which video is the vol squeeze in from yesterday? Oh, what's up, BMG? It's the asymmetric tails one where I kind of go over it at the end of the day. I think I posted it on Reddit and I put a link to it in the daily today so I don't have to explain it 5,000 times. I'll probably still have to explain it 5,000 times, so either way you'll find out. Fubo and Upstart are both shorted into the dirt, right? Yeah, they're both around like 40% SI, I think. Fubo might be a little higher. With Apple tanking like Melvin's short fund, do you see a good entry point for calls? The year's low is closer to 128, so I could see it going down more depending on the market. I think it really just depends on what the market does. Like Apple's earnings were pretty decent, and mostly since those earnings, it's been dragged down by the SPY dropping and Nasdaq dropping. What is component entropy indicator? I have no idea what you're talking about. I'm new here. What's it mean when VIX is high versus when VIX is low? How does it relate to the price of the overall market? Well, statistically, VIX is inverse price. So volatility is inverse price. So volatility goes up, prices go down. Volatility goes down, prices go up. Most of the time. Hey, Girk, I tried to entrap some folks at work today, but cat's out of the bag. They know why I'm there, and they won't take the bait. Son of a bitch, iPhone 14 Pro open box. Um, have you tried putting yourself in like a more private location, maybe away from security cameras? Then they may be tempted. Stealing an iPhone 14 like the equivalent of like robbing a gas station in broad daylight with a cap gun and no mask. Gorg, I have 8 more Fubo shares today. Nice, man. See you Monday, RC's newest bag holder. Are you still in silver? Out, a little bit? I don't have a lot of it. Yes. Ooh, it's up. Nice. It's up a lot. Jesus Christ, I went up 5% today. Silver squeeze. Um, so the like scheme that they use for GMA, it's fairly similar to what they do on Comex with like gold and silver and precious metals. Should sell that. Thinking I'll enter a pretty hefty VIX call position if it pokes back through 22. Are you playing any December or Jan calls on VIX? No, mostly like shit for next year. I want a lot of theta. Anytime you leverage into a big position like that, betting on something that's highly unlikely, you usually want a lot of theta. Do we have to give the poors the patience talk again? Not yet, but probably later today. I think what confuses people are the terms asymmetric tails and risk tails. I don't think they get the bell curve of participants and risk reward. Probably not, but I feel like I explained that in a way that they can understand, at least. Do you think Upstart has the biggest potential for a volatility slash short squeeze before the crash? No, I really don't think short squeezes happen very much. Maybe volatility. I think it has a lot of obligations that were created simply by being on Reg Show for so long. But obviously we'll have to wait for those to be cleared. You had this indicator on your TV chart yesterday. It has rainbow looking uppity downsy line. No idea, man. It could be one of like 500 different things. What actually triggers that event? Is it really just someone being squeezed out? Margin calls would trigger it. So what triggers it is prime lenders are very well aware of their risk in the markets, right? And if the markets are looking as frothy as they are now, um, prime lenders like to pull back their risk, right? Because they don't want, outstanding margin in the trillions of dollars and all of their equities lent out in the event of a crash, right? And so when they do that, when they take that risk off, that effectively causes margin calls. And then, the participants being margin called are going to generally would turn to the treasury market to get liquid cash quickly and satisfy that margin call. But the treasury market is very illiquid right now, with many of the more mature notes being very difficult to trade due to the fact that they are undervalued compared to the new notes. And so, it creates a lot of friction in the liquidity in the treasury market. And then, as primes risk off more people are going to be turning to the treasury market, and that's going to have a compounding effect on the liquidity in the treasury market. And when those people are unable to get any liquidity or cash liquidity to satisfy those calls, they won't be able to pay the primes, right? And then, that will cause a forced buy-in from potentially hundreds or thousands of different institutions simultaneously, as everyone scrambles um, to cover their margin requirements, and then that drives prices up, and then primes with prices very elevated are very incentivized to sell off their equities after they've received them back, right? This is the advantage that a lender has in the market against short sellers, is a lender can recall their shares. And that's the greatest risk of short selling, is, your counterparty. Jimmy bar rates are climbing again. It's a good sign. They're still quite low, but it's a good sign. Open puts on Fastenal. Stable stocks options are cheap. It's clearly been in a down channel all year. It's solid growth, but I don't see construction picking up this year. Probably not. Yeah, probably not. At least not in the early part of the year. I agree with that. So I know I'm behind on chat. I'm just trying to answer important questions, so I'm going a little slow. Still holding Apple calls. I mean, they're not worth anything, so I might as well. I don't have very many of them, and they're mostly Decembers, so I'm okay with holding them for a bit. I'm up 75% on my calls for silver. Nice, man. I thought it was a good buy-in when I highlighted it. My port isn't $50 million. Not at all. What's the easiest way to cover a PMCC? Just buy the contract back at the end of the day. If it looks like it'll close in the money. Yeah, you can buy the sold contract back. You'd be selling the long contract. But yeah, that's the easiest way to close one. I think after ETF FTDs, there's a chance that they short GME pretty hard once they have a little bit more liquidity. Of the stocks covered on the daily stream, which has the biggest potential for a vol squeeze? I mean, they kind of all do. They're all in very similar positions. Fubo has the smallest float. GME is the most illiquid. And GME will likely generate the most FOMO as well. It's something to consider. I was supposed to tell you every time RevRQ goes up 5 cents. No. I actually don't care about Revlon until it's bought out or the omnibus hearings are over. So a few months, probably. Biotech stocks like PACB and BNGO went up hundreds of percent ahead of the January Jamie sneeze. Well, yeah, because the most illiquid and highest risk stocks will get called first, right? So more liquid. And I kind of covered this in the River Runs Dry DD. And you know, as volatile or as liquidity in the market grinds to a halt, you know, you'll start to see the effects on more and more liquid stocks. Thanks, Lulu. I think I'll be entering a pretty big share position for Jimmy. Okay, covered that. So it's like the clicking uphill from a roller coaster ride before the massive drop off. Sort of. So all that takes is something to make a prime lender want to reduce risk. What's your best bet on what that will be? How about the fact that risk has been mispriced in the market for several days now? I think that'll be sufficient. I bought some Google yesterday at 85. Oh god, you're gonna start shilling physical commodities now? It was silver was like one of the pickles picks a couple weeks ago. Just the trust, not the well, I guess that is a physical commodity. I mean, Dork, you knew it was coming. You can't have MOASS without a silver squeeze anyway, right? Do they have incentive to push Fubo below $3? Sure, but they don't really have the positioning to do that. Like, at least they're not positioned right now to push it below $3. Yeah, GME is more illiquid than Upstart. It also generates volatility faster. The historicals you showed had diverging tails that were then collapsed. We now have converging tails. Well, no, the tails are divergent right now. The trend is converging. With the exception of weird VIX over the past couple of weeks. Yeah, so you're getting divergence, right? Is this a soft landing? It's an attempt at it. I know that the upstart float is smaller than Fubo. I already said that. I said Upstart has the smallest float. GME is the most illiquid. Fubo is pretty liquid, and it's got a lot of ETF liquidity as well. Did I get the gist of the Vol Squeeze video? Upstart VOPs, then YOLO into SPX puts. I mean, a lot of things are gonna VOP if we're right. Assuming Upstart calls go as high as 80% up, I'm now down on them. I have an easy time taking profits on short-term plays, but these are leaps. Mind talking through the strategy for longer moves? I mean, you can take profits on leaps when they're up as well. But I mean, I'm not, because I have a specific target in mind, right? Like, I'm targeting November OPEX for the clearing of obligations built while on Reg Show. Uh, During Volmageddon, prices in the market surged up like 800 basis points over 30 days before ultimately everything flash crashed. Risk in the markets now, and margin risk in the markets now, is significantly higher, like several orders of magnitude higher than it was back then. So the upside could be more extreme, the downside might be even more rapid. That's on the BTU move this morning. Awesome. It's up, right? I know it was up when I first looked at it this morning. Is it still moving up? I mean, they had very good earnings. I think their next earnings is going to be even better. Yeah, back up, what, 15%? So recovering a bit of that sell-off after earnings that everyone panicked about, and moving back up some more. I can't believe it's already been a year and you won't just be educating me anymore. Girlfriend just told me she's pregnant. Hope you're ready for another DGen in chat. Congratulations, adopted by Dan's. I appreciate it, man. I get that part. I'm just saying, after big VEPs, I'm YOLOing into SPX puts for like 60 DTE. Okay, fair enough. I'm getting some of both as we go. I think VVIX is being underpriced, just showing you more obviously that risk is underpriced. Iron Archer. Especially when you compare its deviation to VIX itself, which is the current price of risk. So you're looking at the current price of risk versus the reflected price of risk. Would you sell off your equities in the top before the drop down, or would you hold on to them to the drop, like your GME shares? I'll probably sell in the money cover calls on most of my long-term holdings. If I think the market's actually going to crash. And then anything I don't want to keep into a crash, I'd sell off. Probably not my GME, but there's a few things I could see selling off. You mentioned making more or buying puts on something other than cat. Are you just plugging numbers into a profit calculator to figure this out? Is there some quick math to calculate? On the downside, Caterpillar outperforms like SPX and or underperforms SPX and Dow. So it has a weaker moves to the downside than the indices. And since the indices are what ultimately drag down cat's price when it drops, for the most part, it's better just to short the index than to short cat. Crude absolutely printing like JPass since yesterday night. Moving up a bit, yeah. What's on adding the legal channel? I don't know what you're talking about. Upstart float is 38% short. Sounds about right. In your opinion, Fubo, Upstart, and GME are very nice choices for both value investment and Volamgeddon type event. Yes. Upstart being the on the lower end of what I would consider a good value play. Uh, but it still has some value. I think it's worth more than it's currently priced at. You know, its competitors trade at like a 13x multiple above what Upstart trades at. And I'm not sure their balance sheets are as good. Also, don't forget Upstart has a share buyback on the table. I don't know if they know enough about their own stock to complete it before OPEX, but if they were to, that'd be very exciting. Especially with their stock at all-time lows. Do you still have Nvidia puts you bought? I've only bought a couple. Uh, I'm kind of waiting to buy more, but yeah, they're very far dated. They're like fucking like almost like 180 DT or something like that. Do you think this is a result of attempting to bring down volatility between June and August this year? The VIX chart in that period always struck me as synthetic looking. Um, I think I think market makers are trying to price down near-term volatility while pricing up long-term volatility in order to encourage people to get out of closer dated calls and puts. Um, like they don't want the risk, right? They also, I mean, they're also going to be acutely aware that risk is mispriced. For NVIDIA puts you plan on entering, is March still enough? Or are you looking at June? I think March is fine. I might pick up some Junes also. They're kind of pricey. God, how was a great pick. 30% on shares. Thanks, Papa Gurk. You're welcome, man. No one ever pays attention to like the less interesting pickles picks, but some of them are really good. Like Dole is still up, Halliburton's up, BTU's killing it. Um, Campbell's soup was fucking awesome. It's okay. No one paid attention to Caterpillar for like the entire year. Like a few people did, but not very many. See you later, BMG. Do you think shorts covered OPEX obligations early? No. I think they just got some liquidity. I think I think someone bought a lot of GME the week prior. That's why we saw that big spike in dark pool utilization, um, which was our historic high. I think that was the highest GME dark pool utilization's ever gone. And I think they blew up their internalization a little bit. And Monday's price action was, probably would have been there anyway, but not to the same degree. Um, so they had to get a little liquidity back. Which they were successful at doing. Obviously, that's why they were able to short immediately afterwards. They'll get more liquidity back with the ETF FTDs, and then we'll probably see shorting after that period. Upstart free float is 69.69 million shares. Yes, it is. I'm targeting the same event for Upstart. Just balance of waiting for the target and knowing you should average down that position with some profits sold at the top. It could be the wrong mindset though. I mean, I've been averaging down the position, but not with, but with CSPs. Like that was the big advantage to Upstart, right from the beginning, and still is. CSPs are worth quite a lot of credit. So you sell CSPs and you use the profits from CSPs to buy calls. And by doing this, you either get heavily discounted long position or a free long position. And you don't even need to do like a synthetic long of like if you do synthetic longs, where the CSP and the call are dated for the same period, um, you can actually leverage the call side even heavier. You can leverage it like 3 to 1. But 1 to 1, in the short term, you can get like a leap. So you could get like a Jan call here, by selling like a November 18 here, right? And so the risk of your short leg falls off very early, and you're still left with the long leg at like, essentially zero cost. Have we entered any additional SPX calls? I've averaged them down a little bit. I doubt I'll make very much on them, but I didn't have a stop on these. I stopped out of my other SPX calls during the Fed meeting, but I was a little irresponsible with the ones you see here on the screen. Can you talk more about tails collapsing? Yesterday's end of day got me jacked. I literally talked about almost nothing else this morning. Because they're not pricing their volatility in line with the market's volatility. The market is quite volatile right now, but if you look at the options chain on almost every liquid options chain, you will see that near-term IV is extremely underpriced. I should have stayed in Dole. I was just impatient. It's like a 2-year play. 3 years. Is it normal for the VIX to have roughly 3x calls compared to puts? No. Usually VIX is very, very put heavy. Okay, I'll admit, I tend to ignore the boring ones. Some of them are really good. I think a lot of retail investors assume you can only make money on things like Apple and Nvidia, Tesla, but that's not true. Dole doesn't look like it's going to come back down, which is upsetting. I mean, if we get a market crash, it will. At which point, I'll buy more. Resistance for SPX? I mean, 3,800 at this point. Why do you think RC barely tweets anymore? Shame from Bobby. I don't know. I mean, I'm sure his legal team dealing with like he got sued with the Bobby, like the whole Bobby fiasco. So I'm sure there's some legal risk to him tweeting the wrong thing, and so maybe his ability to tweet is a little more contained now. Also making some homemade pizza today. Thoughts on toppings? I don't know, what do you like? I think it was like, was it pear and gorgonzola pizza the other day was pretty good. Like caramelized onion. Well, to 100. Any takes on this? I mean, I own a bunch of Oxy, so that's kind of the only thing I care about as far as oil is concerned. What's your upside target for SPY? I have no idea. If we get a risk off situation, it's gonna rally really really hard, and the more the market drives up, the more pressure it puts on like long volatility positions, right? Long volatility is just a more encompassing way to say short sellers. I told everyone that Upstart could break below 20. It's even still bouncing back right now. I'd be careful after earnings with CSPs because I think they'll short their earnings pretty hard. Earnings falls like right after all the ETF FTDs are pretty much done, so they should have some liquidity at that point. Is Chiquita publicly traded? I have no idea. I know Del Monte is. Cat is above all of the downward sloping resistance lines you drew, isn't it? No, not all of them. Close. Oh, no, it's above all of them now. Jesus Christ. Cat is just a rocket ship. This might be its strongest push into this range since last year. 238.55 maybe. Caterpillar just won 1.28 billion in equipment contracts from the US Defense Logistics Agency. So that's good news. I have some December 220s. Not a lot of them though. I don't have nearly as much exposure as I had in the first part of the run. Who bought puts on Cat? Be honest. Just a normal day on the SPY. 100 basis points down at close, 150 up in the pre-market, down 100 BPS at open, up 120 basis points half an hour later. Exactly. Yeah, I think you've nailed it. The best part is the VIX basically hasn't done much in that entire period of time, except drop off a little. So chances these 4100s print? I don't know. They might be okay. We'll find out soon. I'm averaging them down a little, so it doesn't have to move up as much for me to close them. I'm a bit scared. If you zoom out to the weekly on the VIX, it's real clear that something broke in the market in October 2021. Yes. Volatility always wants to revert to mean, and now it's coming. Yeah. Woo, I sold my 1118 cat calls back at 182 for 100% profit. Profit's profit, man. Don't feel bad about it. C's or P's for what, Buttlicker? How much theta would you get for VIX calls to capture a crash? A decent amount. At least 90, probably more. 50 puts for Jan 200, 20 puts for Jan 205, and 20 puts for Jan 210. You son of a bitch. You planning on picking up any SPX call positions? I already have some. With the analysis you did regarding collapsing tails, there's no way to know what the timing could be. I mean, there generally isn't in like a market crash type of scenario when you're trying to project a time horizon for those. It's really difficult because in the event of a crash and the events leading up to a crash, this like order and structure of the market tend to begin to fall apart. So lots and lots of theta. Whatever amount of theta you think you need, you probably need more. That's been my experience with the limited number of crashes that I've been present for. You say scenario like a Canadian. No, I don't. Did the unemployment numbers miss? I didn't even look. Unemployment's up. Ooh, bullish. So are non-farm payrolls. But yeah, unemployment up. Food prices are down a tiny bit. Average hourly earnings are up month over month. Average hourly earnings are down year over year. Labor market participation is down a tiny bit, just a little under previous. Manufacturing payrolls are up. Private non-farm payrolls are down. Average weekly hours are static. Government payrolls are way up. Yeah, that's about it. So you mentioned yesterday you buy 0.8, 0.9 delta in the money VIX calls for your hedge, 0.7, 0.8, and 0.9. Is this because you're protecting your theta? If you had a conviction on an upcoming crash, do you also just buy, say, $80 strike on VIX with similar theta? Wouldn't those print way harder? Yeah, well, one is a hedge, right? Where I want to maintain the value of that hedge without too much slippage, right? And then the other is a speculative call. So they're totally different positioning, right? So in the out of like if I'm buying out of the money VIX calls, I'm buying those with the intent that I expect VIX to rise rapidly, right? Whereas the in the money VIX calls are there to protect my portfolio and hopefully not lose too much value from the time I buy them to the time I roll them. Obviously, over the last couple years, hedging my portfolio with VIX has been really profitable because I'm able to sell those or start rolling those on a spike during the SLD periods because they're so consistent. That won't exist forever, but yeah, I guess that's about all I have to say on it. Assuming a 50% crash, put leaps pay an average of 2 to 300%. Is there anything more profitable to capture that drop? Yeah. Uh, put leaps pay way more than that on a 50% crash. I mean, if you have like an out of the money SPX put with a decent amount of theta and the market crashes, that contract's going to like 50 to 250x. If you zoom out on the weekly on the VIX, it's real clear that something broke. Okay, I answered that the first time you posted it. Did you see SPX hitting 4,000 again in the next few weeks? It could. We're seeing the effect of rate hikes. SPY 520 end of year. JPOW going to 0.25% in December. I wouldn't touch UVXY right now. It's very risky. UVXY could collapse instead of squeeze, right? VIX is directly on the index. It's also, you know, more insulated from failure. I really wouldn't try to get too much ETF or ETN exposure to any of this if I could avoid it. If you are, like, make sure that, you know, their margin is going to improve with rising VIX. Strum. Yeah, I'm at a DG. Didn't you have me buy like calls on this the other day? Moving up. Nice little bump. Although my calls aren't up very much, but I think when you told me about it, it was at like 1820. But yeah, it's got a nice little move up here. Yeah, Turd, you're phenomenal at finding the most boring fucking stocks. Of course, Twitter got sued. Is there any point SPX 200p contracts? It seems like money wouldn't exist anymore if we hit that. I mean, if they're far enough dated, they're like a volatility play, right? You never watched my advert video? I am hurt. What? Send it again. I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. Ugh. Oh, Atomic listened in. Decent Q4 guide. 30% over quarter revenue and 10% subscribers. The two guys who did the call were able to answer questions, didn't have to duck shit like Bobby, and talked about forward looking things. Refreshing overall. Oh, nice. Yeah, I mean, solid subscriber growth, especially year over year. I don't like the way analysts are pricing in EPS on it, especially given that they're in a growth cycle. Like, I feel like they're overpricing expected earnings per share, or underpricing expected earnings per share. But yeah, numbers look decent. Why is looping up 45%? Oh, the like Asian markets went ape shit last night. I think at one point Hang Seng was up like 6%, like 600 basis points. It's huge, huge move. I mean, in the COVID crash, I had like SPX contracts that hit like 300-400% IV at different points. Intraday IV goes fucking nuts in a crash. My calls printed. I had calls open at the time, and those went green. That's how hard it crashed. Remember that IV on SPX and SPY and stuff like that is usually quite low. So big spikes in volatility make a substantial difference in the premium price of your contracts. SPX looks pretty good actually. Looks like we found a little bit of resistance at 3,800. But I think it looks decent. I mean, China's been forcing their banks to buy back equities, uh, in order to stem the selling that was happening like a couple weeks ago due to their not so great economic reports. So I'm sure that had some effect. Also, the thing we've been talking about de-risking, that could be evidence of some of that. It's beginning to occur. How much are we on November OPEX at Upstart Run? I'm still figuring out the perfect expiry date for calls. What do you have? I mean, like any OPEX, you could just buy, the following monthly, at a minimal amount of theta decay. All of my calls are in January. If we fall below like 1750 at earnings, I'm gonna buy more Jan calls. Here's the biweekly donation. Since I still refuse to become a Brian Courgette, I have nothing witty to say, but thanks for jacking my tatas this miserably wet November. Thank you so much, Russell, my Jimmies. I appreciate it, dude. And if nothing else, whatever happens in the market over the next month or so is going to be really fucking exciting. Vega on SPX elite puts is insane. Yes, it is. Dude, just IV. Well, if the SPX is going to drop 50%, the IV slider on option strat doesn't even begin to cover how high IV will go. It's not like we're gonna just like slow drift down to a 50% drop. I don't think we'll see a 50% drop in the market, but if we did, it would be very fucking rapid. Probably after a series of full day halts, right? Just had a look at June 23 SPX 2500 put with an IV 80% crash to 2800. It goes over 17x. Sounds about right. Actually, that sounds kind of low. Here, I'll just show you guys an example of what happens to out of the money SPX puts in the event of an actual crash. Uh, Remember, crashes are not common, and this is not indicative of any type of return that should be considered when buying any option. But I can show you what happened to, at least to mine, in the COVID crash. So I think I had about 90 days of theta, so it would have been like Feb, let's say March. So you get a 20% chart range. That's what they look like. Except more. But like that's what a crash looks like. I mean, that's a crash to 3,000. If we crash to like 2,600, I mean those contracts like can easily like 20x. The further out of the money you are, yeah, obviously the more they can go up, because not only do you get more leverage, but you know, IV increases more rapidly at the ends of the smile. No, because I mean we don't know that the market's gonna crash. SPX fall back to 3750. I don't know. We'll see. We might just get support again in this range. Looks like GameStop can buy Funko Pop now. Why would they want to? That's a lot of their revenue for collectibles. Yeah, but why would they want to own the company? No, I mean, buying puts on GME is kind of shitty, especially if we have a IV spike on Monday, because GME's not going to drop that much. And, you know, even if it does, IV is likely to decline on the drop rapidly. So puts are kind of shitty. Unless you're buying like really far dated ones, and in which case I don't think it's going to run enough for that to be worthwhile. It's only 1.6 million FTDs on the 7th. It's not like it's like 2 million or something like that, or 3 million. Of course you don't have an issue selling. They're cash settled. It's ideal that they go in the money, obviously, but yeah, you don't really have an issue selling. You have an issue keeping your brokerage from crashing because it's a market crash and everyone's trying to log into their brokers at the same time. Popcorn trader, on a serious note, I would caution using ETFs. Where are we on GME technical analysis? Bullish? Choppy and kind of flat against ascending resistance. Speaking of which, I should put up the neutrals. I don't think I have those up for today. Da, da, da. Boom. Today is the day I decided if I buy 1118 $35 calls for GME. Those are a bit out of the money. The main problem though is it's affordable to use ETF puts. SPX puts are obscene. Yeah, but ETFs might fail. And they can be frozen. Your theta can be burned up in a like 30-day freeze. You know, there's a lot of there's a lot of systemic risk in ETFs. If I was going to use one, I would use one that doesn't have as much potential for failure. Uh, SPXS is probably better. Although, I mean, it still has a potential for failure. It might be a little less. Things like SQQQ might be okay. Those like leveraged ETFs they don't really have like the ability to generate equity, so they don't have as high a failure potential. ETNs are really, really dangerous. And then any any like liquidity generating ETFs are really dangerous, more specifically. So like swap based ETFs are probably safer. Or direct index is probably the safest outside of like futures contracts, which I think most people aren't going to be interested in. Thank you so much, Ace Ventura. I appreciate that, man. If we buy you a ticket to the Equity Market Structure Conference on November 10th, would you go? I mean, I don't need anybody to buy me a ticket, but I don't really want to go to it. What am I going to do there? I don't want them to change anything. I like money. If we crash, is VIX calls better or SPX way out of the money puts? It's a good question. VIX calls or way out of the money puts? They're different. I mean, you don't want to be long vol when the long vol positions are being squeezed out, but you definitely want to be long vol afterwards, right? It really depends on how long the process takes. I guess if you have enough theta, both are fine. Yeah, so SPXU a little bit better. That than like I think better than like SPY would be. SPY sold like 50% short. So the problem is like with all this risk packed into like QQQ, SPY, VTI, all of these ETFs used for liquidity, um, they could become exposed to like a cascading effect of like systemic risk, right? So, the swap based ETFs aren't really exposed to the liquidity issues, which might make them a little safer. A little safer. Obviously, like futures and index options are still safer than that. I mean, the 600 basis point move in the Asian markets maybe, you know, a signal of de-risking by primes. So in the event of a market crash, generally speaking, you have before the market crashes, because informed participants are generally very well aware of when a market crash is going to be occurring because it's the sale of their equities that facilitate the crash, right? So, in the event of a crash or even a very steep correction, you will see risk being removed, right? And you know, shit kind of broke down here in like September and October on the SPX this last year, but we still see the markets like climb into these large sell-offs, right? You saw it here before the COVID crash, um, where the market substantially deviates from its trend, right? And you see, a massive amount of equity buying into the actual crash. You see it here again for Volamgeddon, and the really steep correction in 2019. Both of these events had very, steep climbs as this is, and this is uh, share lenders and margin providers. Risking off their positions. They're taking all the risk they have out in the market, all the margin they've put out, all of the shares they've lent out, and they're pulling it all in so they can sell. Right? They're protecting their own assets, and so that can lead to very rapid inclines in price.
And what's unusual about these periods is usually as the price rises, volatility rises as well, because they're also pulling back their short volatility positioning, right? Which is their insurance. Super Hot Kitty, welcome back to Dillionaire, man. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream, man. Although I probably don't need to. I think it should be automatic, but yeah, the Fubo earnings sounded pretty decent. They missed on EPS, but I think the expected was set a little too high, almost unattainable, especially with them investing money into growth. Gregorian chant, you got it. For speculation purposes, probably like 40, 60, 80. 80 is a bit of a stretch, but 40 and 60, if there were to be a crash, would probably print. It's just seasonal shit. I'm allergic to like trees and grass and animals and fruit and various bugs. Pesticides. Content idea. Every day at Power Hour, you individually thank each pigeon whale and say something nice and unique about them. JC, thank you so much for being such a giant shill. And shilling my shilliness to everyone since the beginning of this stream. I couldn't thank you more. And tell me what's stupid about this plan. 90 DTE VIX calls, not a lot of theta. Then using those gains to go deep into SPX far out of the money puts. 90 to 100 days out. Okay, listen, if your 90 DTE VIX calls print, right? You hearing me out? It's gonna be too late for you to buy SPX out of the money puts. Down 60 or 70% of my upstart call leaps. When's the next opportunity for price improvement? OPEX? Have you been selling CSPs or just fucking raw dogging calls? Because you shouldn't be down that much on them. Yeah, I've never had any like actual contact with a pizza rat, but yeah, I'm probably allergic to them. What planet are you from that you're allergic to this one? Did your ship crash, or did the centaurs of Pluto banish you here? No comment. Not a centaur. So what you're saying is you're not really equipped for living on this planet. Yeah, my immune system overreacts to it. I got Cat 240, Cat 20 Jan 2240C near end of September. I'm up almost 1,000%. I'm wondering if I should sell, or is 240 still on the table? It could be. It starts to get a little more risky in these ranges, but yeah, I mean, 240 could hit. Potentially. I mean, cat's worth more than that, I think. So, although sitting on 10x profits and not taking any is peak greedy. So many people are going to buy VIX calls and derivatives of the VIX without any understanding of how it prices. Yeah, I mean, they're just concerned with ops, right? Last crash question: would June 16 SPX 2500p be a good way to speculate on a potential crash? They're really far out of the money, but they're not the worst. Well, because none of that may happen. Autist, formerly known as AJ. The Fed could step in, QE could pick up, a lot of things could change, right? Liquidity could be restored in the treasuries market. Obviously, nothing is without risk. There are ways. It's not a guarantee that this is going to happen, but the the current pricing of risk in the market is pushing towards an event like that. Wouldn't it be good? Wouldn't it be of benefit to get good at that for generating money in a larger port? Yeah, absolutely. Because the way the VIX works is a grind to 30, 40, then the big one hits and it just like it and it just doubles to like 60, 70. And that's where I'd expect a real crash to hit, and it just goes parabolic. Also, this play is speculative. Yeah. And when a market crash happens, shit gets real crazy. It's like really hard to log into brokerages. It's hard to, sell calls. Like everything's a pain in the ass, and you're sitting on like massive profits, and trying to capture them is not the easiest scenario. So everything kind of goes out the window. Do you consider open interest? I consider the weight of open interest and the positioning of that open interest. I mean, open interest alone is not indicative of anything. You can have lots of calls open, and it means nothing because they're all sold, right? Like that doesn't mean the stock's going up. SCCO lately because they have interesting 5% jumps. I'm still tuned up for options and trying to figure out good options chains. Been paper trading. What do you think? SCCO. Southern Copper. I can imagine they have a very weak options chain. Yeah, they do. There's some interest on it, but not a lot. Most of it seems to be near the money. Some of the Jans are a little further out of the money. So some people are, you know, either, well, more likely speculating on a rapid increase in the price of copper um, into January, but not much after that. Let's check the other leap strikes. Pretty dead. Jan 24s seem to have some price improvement interest. I mean, very few strikes are liquid. For the most part, the spreads here are really bad. Re-queue to you, Mr. Pi-Fi. Check your DMs. I forgot to unmute, so no audio. I took a nap at 5 p.m. and then didn't wake back up, so I slept. Jesus Christ. You always say so much in your co-fis. So I slept 12 hours. I can't wait for our honeymoon. Praise be the Lady VWAP, the Dans, and Pi-Fi. Thank you so much, Darth. Yeah, I mean, not a great options chain. Definitely not a tradable one, but I guess there might be something to glean there from the larger positioning at certain strikes. Phone lines they just get backed up, right? They only have so many people to answer the phones. So you get put on hold for like an hour. It's also can be a pain in the ass. Yeah, OI has the immediate information of liquidity. But that's really all you can assume from OI is just looking at the like total numbers. VIX goes ape shit in a market crash. It rockets up and volume surges to astronomical levels. But there's no audio? Why would I watch a video of you with no audio? With your strange Yoda pauldron. Is that a bottle of whiskey? Darth, we need to talk about drinking. No? Okay. It was just wine? It's a rosé. Alright. In a big market correction, what are your thoughts on buying near the money leaps versus shares for the rebound? Who said there's going to be a rebound? Is now a good time to get an upstart? Jan 100s, or is at the money Jan's a better idea? I just haven't bought at the money calls yet. I'm waiting. I have some, but not a lot. I have like 35s, but I'm gonna probably buy 30s and 25s as well. Outside of the like volatility plays. Sounded like SQQQ would be one of the better ETFs. I mean, it's a swap based ETF. Any leveraged index ETF is probably better than a straight up ETF that could be used for liquidity. So things like XRT, IWM, SPY, QQQ, those are very dangerous. VTI, because they're used as a source of liquidity. And so the risk of fund failure is much higher. Things like SPXS, XPXL, SQQQ, SPXU, those are a little safer because they're not exposed. They don't create liquidity inherently, right? So they don't have that short position exposure, that failure exposure. Loopring just said they're experiencing a DDoS attack right now. Cool. Vixie is Vixie's short-term futures. I think this is an ETN, so Vixie would be super risky. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is an ETN. This would be very extremely risky. ETNs are probably the most risky. ETNs can't create new shares without SEC approval, so they have to like freeze and then get SEC approval to create more liquidity, which is a huge problem. The broker is already starting to price in his swaps. Big ups, yeah. No, inverse ETFs don't because they're leveraged, right? They don't create liquidity. So inverse ETFs, leveraged ETFs are safer. Regular ETFs are very unsafe. If Rev hits a penny, I'll buy the float. Or, well, like whatever's outstanding. And then I'm going to lend it out. Are you thinking of taking a 7 on Upstart sold puts, or is the risk of them dropping the price significantly after earnings too high, and buying back at a loss is safer, and sell after earnings? I mean, I'm right now I'm not gonna get assigned, but that could change by the end of the day. My sold puts are profitable right now. I could just buy them back, but I have no reason to buy them back until close, right? Or if it slips back under $20. My RevRQ floor is 69,420. That's never gonna happen. Any insights as to why Apple underperforming QQQ? Does the deviation mean anything? People are just shorting Apple harder. I mean, I don't recommend any specific stocks or ETFs. Uh, that would depend on what you want to buy, Cat. I mean, we're moving towards a possible market crash, so buying anything right now is probably a really bad idea. Anything for like long exposure, at least. UVIX 2x safer than VIXI, or same situation you described. Well, if it's an ETN, it's not very safe. So if it's tracking an exchange traded notes are very risky. Exchange traded funds that track the VIX safer, but still just infinitely worse than buying the index options, which are not that expensive. You guys are gonna have to figure it out. I have some VIX leaps. I guess that's my opinion on them. No, just tell us. No? Part of the other side of the transparency coin is I don't give a fuck what you guys do with your money. I'm not going to plan your positions for you. So you're going to have to use your brains. I don't sell you shitty financial products because I don't care about the money that I could get from doing it. But at the same time, I don't give a fuck if you guys make money or not. It's cool when you do. But if you don't, ah. Yeah, you're going to have to use Google yourselves. That's I mean, I don't know how many different ways I can explain, you know, exchange traded notes are risky, ETFs are also risky, and then leverage ETFs are a little less risky. I want to helping retail learn has nothing to do with helping retail position. You sent me a ShamWow to soak up my tears after learning how to trade options. Hey man, good morning. When you said market crash, do you have a general estimation of how low or roughly where the bottom could be? No, it's a fucking market crash. There's technical supports at every psychological level. It could fall through all of them. I mean, you just have no idea. It would depend how bad systemic risk gets exposed. That's fair, Dan Weekly's Arama. And I don't care about your puts that you got fried on, right? Like, it just goes both ways. Just trade SPX options. There's nothing more needed. You buy calls of bullish. You buy puts of bearish. That's all. It's pretty simple, and yet the multitude of questions I'm being asked is about the same fucking thing is unbelievable. No, each future crash more volatile, faster to recover, not less volatile. So the volatility of crashes increases over time, but so does the rate at which they recover. And that's an effect of selling volatility as a product instead of it just being a measure. CC's in the morning, CC's in the evening, CC's at separate time. If CC's are all I make money on, I'll sell CC's on GME anytime. Very nice, Apocolator. Can you tell me what the winning lotto numbers are on the Powerball lotto drawing tomorrow? 17, 28, 64. How many is it? Is it 6? 6 numbers? Five plus the Powerball? Alright. How high do they go? We're gonna split it 376 ways. As long as I get a Pontiff VWAP out of it, I don't care. There. You have to exercise to recoup your losses. So if you buy 100 shares of Revlon right now, right, and you exercise the 1p, you'll make 5 cents a share, or whatever price Revlon's at. If you get the Powerball numbers right, I mean, I'm gonna be smug as fuck about it, right? If I win Powerball, will you come over? I want to single-handedly crash the market. Is that possible with 1.5 billion? I mean, if you can get leverage on the 1.5 billion, sure. You gotta time it right, but if I won the, why the fuck would I buy BBBY if I won Powerball? He loses it all and there's $7.5 million in taxes. If I won the Powerball, I would just buy enough shares that I had more than DFE. Not more, the same number as, actually. You know, if I win, I'm becoming Pontiff just to rant at you about Ranch for an hour. Ranch is disgusting. But it's your time, so you can do what you want with it. I got stock FOMO. I get stock FOMO all day, every day in here, and now I have to Powerball FOMO too. Yeah, I don't like the lottery. It's a tax on hope. It's shitty. You put blue cheese on hot wings, not ranch. Ranch and pizza? You only need to put ranch on pizza if your pizza's terrible. I don't really know a lot about 401ks, but I'd imagine that they're like, can't you like go to cash to protect your 401k until, you know, there's some stability in the markets? I think that's what people usually do. But wait, there's more. If for some specific reason you're interested in the technology sector, there are NDX options for you. If you, if you buy calls of bullish, you buy puts of bearish. Yeah, I don't know why people. You can go to cash in a 401k. That seems like what I would do, right? Because in a crash, you'd want to pull back like fund exposure because there'd be really big risk. I'm sure they have like net negative SPX. So that seems like a lot of management for a 401k. Yeah, I mean the problem with all of this, right, is like no one could ever perfectly predict the timing of it, right? So you don't know the time horizon, and then you don't know if it'll happen because things can occur that would soften the impact of, you know, mispricing of risk in the market. So, you know, there's a lot of speculation, right? And the data we're looking at, you know, is not long-term bullish for the markets, and you know the cost of risk in the markets is diverging rapidly, which is, you know, the only reason we're even talking about it. But you know, the Fed has powers to step in certain areas. The Reserve can step in. You know, there a lot of things can happen to try to prevent something really really bad from happening. You know, Bank of England just did that, right? They had to step in and start purchasing bonds. Oh Jesus, I don't know if I'd want to be tied to treasuries. Did I miss something new happen with Rev? Discord's super bearish this morning. I have no idea. I don't care about anything that happens on Revlon until they have a buyout or their omnibus hearings are cleared, which is like a 3 month time horizon. In between now and then, there's really nothing to give a shit about. I'm trying to understand CCs and risk on GME. The small position, 100 shares. I'm obviously looking to sell CCs after a run. What about in between runs? Should I wait or sell deeper in the money now? I mean, we haven't had a run, so selling deep in the money now is just essentially selling your shares at strike plus premium. Um, in between, you generally want to sell like slightly out of the money, and try to avoid, you know, assignment as much as you can. And then on runs, you know, you have a little more flexibility. You can sell at the money or in the money and, you know, capture a larger amount of premium with limited risk of assignment. Any update on GME borrow rate? It's kind of been washing around 9%, spiking and dropping and spiking and dropping, but there's a little more activity in the lending pools, which is a good sign. If we're going to see a spike in borrow rate, it's probably not going to come till after the ETF FTD liquidity dries up, if it dries up sufficiently. So they're going to get ETF FTD liquidity on Monday and Tuesday. More on Monday. I mean, they get some today, they got some yesterday, but they'll get more on Monday. After that's done, they'll use that liquidity to short. When they run out of that last bit of liquidity, that's usually when we see them turn to the lending pools, and we'll see how fast the borrow rate drives up at that point, if at all, if they need the liquidity. They missed bad data. I mean, the SPY looks like it's falling back to the gap here a little bit. Probably just short-term bullish call side taking profits. I don't think there's been any significant news. Our Fubo 350 CSV is likely to get assigned today. Yeah? I mean, I suppose not necessarily, but most likely. It depends on your brokerage too, but generally speaking, probably. If the bar rate doesn't increase your OPEX period, does that change anything on the spiciness? Possibly a little bit, yeah. Like I said, I don't expect November to be necessarily as big as like March was. I think March was a little worse. Also, we've had the split since then, so. Would you look at rolling your SPX 4100s out further? Um, Maybe after like Monday. I probably won't hold them beyond like the middle of next week. Right now, I'm just averaging them down a little bit. Could Apple see some price improvement during OPEX, or should I cut my losses? Yeah, it could. It'd be really cool if I could close out of the short side of my straddle, though. I wouldn't mind filling that gap. I mean, don't worry. If Revlon gets a buyout, Perelman will just recall all his shares, right? If after the Powerball is won and some degen from here buys a disgusting amount of calls or shares or any of the stocks we look at, you know someone in the jar has won it, and we will bully them mercilessly until they sign up for Pontiff a View Up. I'd be okay with them just running Upstart super fucking hard, frankly. Yeah, I mean, it could inverse the market. It's possible. But there is no volume on SPX. There's no underlying being traded. There's options volume. If I win, you'll know because I'm buying back CERN. Any reason for the SPX dump in the last hour? 3800s taking profit. 3800s, 3750s, just profit taking. Lots of zero DTEs on SPX nowadays. Fill it. Pretty good support here. Depending on how much of this sold off. A lot of support at 3700. But fairly decent at 3725. But when I'm flying to you and I'm going to scheme up a way to make all of us very rich. How exciting. Bounce or no bounce? I don't know yet. There's some support at 3725, but I don't know how much of it sold off on the run up. What happens if you get assigned on SPX options? They're cash settled. So it's the difference between spot and strike. What's your opinion on CSPs or GB? I would wait till after ETF FTDs to consider selling them. Interesting. This doesn't look too bullish. I mean, it's not. Upstart CSPs are kind of ridiculous right now. Yeah, they're pretty decent. I'd be careful going into earnings though. Can you move the Fubo chart? Yeah, sorry about that. Well, we live to see Monday. I want to sell some cover calls on Jimmy. Probably. Hmm. Do you feel like there's a danger of a big earnings miss for Upstart? I just don't think the earnings are going to be that spectacular. Guess I picked the wrong week to sell CSVs. Well, it kind of depends on if the market recovers into the end of the day or not, I suppose. This market is ridiculous. Yeah, it's kind of fucking nuts. Well, having a cash option is a US bond portfolio relatively safe in the event of a crash. My 401k options are all just Vanguard funds. I mean, it depends where the risk in the market is, but probably safer. You don't have a cash option? Sorry if you answered this already or if it's a dumb question. Do you recommend buy, hold, sell on GME at this point? I mean, I'm holding my GME. I'm not really selling it. I think it's a little too high of a price to buy it, and too low of a price to sell it at. My average isn't $2. It's ridiculous. Do you remember we had Apple 170 calls and it was trading $22 higher than where it is now? We took some profits. That was fun. This market cough roller coaster cough is too fun. It's fucking rough, man. This market is all over the place lately. This is like the fifth 100 BPS move in the last 24 hours. And you have 35,000 shares before the split. I have more than that. But anyway. That's correct, Popcorn Trader. Fifth 100 BPS move in the last 24 hours, and VIX at 25. Insert dog reading newspaper and house on fire meme. Everything is fine. Sure, right? You're gonna straddle SPX end of day again? I'm gonna close my puts from the straddle yesterday first. House sell 4 share covered call. Just lie about the other 96. Apple paid their dividend today. Normally, dividend payouts cause sells in stock. Any merit to this? Usually, they cause a run up into the dividend and then a sell off afterwards, or puts pull out. Yeah, sometimes people sell their shares after they get their dividend, but they could do that after the ex dividend date, not the dividend issue date. VIX calls on the table. I don't know. VIX isn't moving up. For the person concerned about the 401k, I recommend looking to see if they have the Galliard Stable Value Fund. It's entirely comprised of money markets, a bit safer than bonds or stocks. Cool, there you go. Check that out. How much money do you have in your Boomer income account? Enough? I've been trying to work on my confidence, so I've been dating 3 girls at the same time. So far, it isn't working. My Apple 135 BPS, or 135 puts expire today turn green. I'm up. Should I diamond hand them in a close with no stop loss and watch them wither away to 0? I suppose that's up to you, Bob P. I guess I should have known I wasn't going to get a real answer. Yeah, I wasn't going to answer that. How does the VIX go down at the same time the market goes down? Seems pretty weird. You know, Steph and I've covered that a lot over the last few days. Why so many questions about Pi-Fi's net worth today? Calm the fuck down and mind your business, people. What is causing the crazy SPX volatility? Lack of liquidity, hedge funds YOLOing zero DTE puts, or something else? Both of those things. Both of those things and several other factors. Yeah, man, shit is getting weird. Hmm. $37.10 is weak. No, no birthday plans. I don't really do birthday stuff. I guess I'm glad I emptied my 401k on Monday. My birthday's not on a market day this year. Everything's sad. My birthday was on Friday last year. It was epic. GME went up like 34%. Do you want to build a snowman? Is that a cocaine reference? I moved my entire 401k a year ago because I don't like anything I was seeing last November. I'm 2% on the year, and I'll take it given where I've heard others are year to date. Yeah, it's been bad. It would have been very beneficial to pull back, like especially broad index fund exposure like that this year. I'm really faced with a tough question on Upstart below 1950. Do I buy more Upstart or just buy back my CSPs? So tough. You know the answer, Kirk? Full port. I already have a lot of Upstart shares. Although this would lower my cost basis quite a bit. How many have you sold? Like 100? I've 25 at 20, 50, 50 at 20, and 25 at 1950. Debating what to do with my Upstart. Should I hold or hodl? Fuck you, man. Could primes create volatility to shake the short volatility players? They are short volatility because they're long equities. Bear trap to finish the week off. I mean, calls have been coming in on a lot of this drop, so we'll see. There's some nice call volume at 37.50. We could maybe tap it again today. Ah. Have you talked about what your expectations are next week for the spy? No? Son of a bitch. I hope it doesn't crash on Monday. Nice job, dude. Right? Yeah. Did you see the article about Credit Suisse saying they're going to close their synthetic positions? FUD? Sounds awesome. Sounds like exactly what I want to hear right now. No, I got stopped out of the short leg already. I think I got stopped out of the short leg at like 37.10-ish. Somewhere in here. My stop was really tight. That was like a 0 DTE I bought. I heard a rumor that the market hates Mondays. Sounds believable. Oh. Hmm. Sorry, I'm just trying to. Son of a bitch. See if this breaks up more. This looks really good. I hope my stop is wide enough this time. Maybe if everyone stopped placing stops, they'd stop dropping the price to hunt them. Yeah, but if it slides below your stop, you can lose like thousands of dollars in a second. This looks really good for who? Well, for me right now. How many Fubo Gen 2450s do I need to be able to feel proud of myself? You can have probably as many as you want. They're just a IV play. And the fucking market liquidity is so dry. bullish. We'll see. Ah, bitch. Got him, boss. Is that the new rug pull sound? Yeah, I think it's gonna bounce now, unfortunately. Ah, whatever. What do you think about MMAT has gone up over 100%? Thanks. It's a penny stock. I don't care about it. I think I'm on my way to finally getting banned from RSS. I just asked what the sentiment will be in the subreddit if the market crashes and Jimmy goes with it, and the lack of DRS would be the reason. And if the lack of DRS would be the reason, nice. Yeah, you should be banned fairly soon. Buy back in quick, get in the chopper. Nah. 'You talk about the crypto market today, especially LRC is up 43%. Yeah, I'm aware. Actually, a bunch of like Chinese cryptocurrencies are up. The Hang Seng ran like 600 BPS at one point last night. Bitcoin's up, which usually means most cryptos got some bullish momentum anyway. SPX to 3760. Hmm. I don't know about that. 3750 maybe. 3869. The only thing I really care about today is Upstart closing above 20. If that happens, I'll be very happy. Jimmy below DN is looking really good for OPEX. Small pop above November 7th. Then we go for GN before OPEX. Thoughts? Probably. That's usually how it goes. How low can you see Upstart after earnings heading into OPEX? I don't know. It depends on what their earnings look like. But they might try to short it really, really hard for earnings. Define small pop. 5-10% maybe. It could be a little more, but conservatively, I would say we're not going to break gamma max for ETF FTDs. Why Upstart above 20? Because I have 50 open CSPs at $20. And I really don't want to buy 5,000 shares. Sometimes it depends, Ben, but I mean, generally later in the week, I'm more likely to sell into the next week than the current week. Yeah, no problem. How common is it for Vega neutral to be higher than Delta neutral? Not very, but it depends on the stock. Roberto, welcome to Zillionaire. Thank you so much, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. If Jimmy goes to 120, I'm selling. I mean, if Jimmy goes to 120, I'm gonna sell like $40 CCs or $20 CCs. 30? I'll sell $30 CCs. I'll make $90 a share. And if it falls below that in the next 4 months, I'll keep my shares. 6 months? We'll see. I don't think Jimmy's going to 120. I've doubled my money on MMAT. Cool. That's not. I mean, I'm very happy for you, but stocks double money all the time. I'd be surprised if Jimmy gets back to 40. Yeah, I kind of agree. Stocks also multiply money by 0 sometimes. Yeah. SPX looking okay. Yeah, I don't like that it's stabilizing at 37.35. The uptrend's persisting, but it's weakening a little bit. I'd be really surprised if it hit 40 for ETF FTDs. That'd be absurd. Honestly, for ETF FTDs, I'd be surprised if it broke 30. They are pulling back some of the upside put pressure though. However, in turn, they're just shorting the stock more. So all right, let's see if this breaks out. Praise be to the dens, Pi-Fi, and most of all, Lady VWAP. Check your DMs. Pigeon Wells, I need help to post the video to the pickle jar. I appreciate the entire pickle jar. I'm happy to have spent so long with you all. Peace, Darth Dan. What's this? Riku. Riku, sir. Oh, you're getting shitty today, huh? Oh, slowing down there at the end. You're gonna puke. Yes, yes, I am. I see that. Oh, we're in it. Freak out. You fuck me. Go right back up. Oh, you bitch. Hold on, I haven't gotten stopped out. Although, I might get stop loss hunted again. Fuck. What's with the profanity, dude? What? How long have you been here? The stop loss hunting on SPX feels like being circled by sharks. Yeah, it can be pretty rough. Now I'm kind of happy that I got stopped out. You blonged instead of strummed. Different brokerage. The other one doesn't have fun sounds. How do you set a stop order so fast? Are you manually setting the stop after you buy? Yeah. Oh man, that was a reach. Like that. Why did ArcC rug pull retail not one, but 2 times? What was the other one? 3? Overnight straddles on the menu again with this volatility. Yeah. Yeah, as long as the SPX is net negative gamma, I'm going to keep getting overnight straddles. How much IV jump do you expect for Upstart during ETF FTDs? Not much. I don't think it has very many. I don't expect a lot of performance out of Upstart over like the next 2 weeks. Anyone who thinks RC is pro squeeze is high. Yeah, I agree. The split kind of rugged some potential too, but yeah, as long as what he does is good for the business, I don't care that much. Is this Babby's first value investor? What? Share off. Oh, share offering rug pull 1, Bobby rug pull 2, GME split rug pull 3. At least he didn't buy a mining company. That's true. quadruple short positions. Let's maybe straddle this. No, just puts. I forget the ticker for it. It's like Highcroft Mining or something like that. HYMC. There it is. Thank you. If the market keeps declining, but still have the Volamgeddon possible short vol squeeze, would you sell your hedges as they may be up like 20 to 30%? Probably not. I mean, my hedges are for June, so I'm just gonna sit on them for a while. Yeah, he doesn't have anything to do with Chewy. Ooh, gap down. I should probably set a stop on these. Oop. Set that a little too close. Okay, whatever. It looks like I'm gonna own 600 more Fubo shares. Yeah, but at what price? You're getting assigned at 350. What was your premium? When do you buy some out the money GME calls for Monday exposure? I don't know. If I buy any, probably towards the end of today. Or maybe that put stop was a good thing. Not calls yet. Not calls. I just got stopped out of the puts that I bought. Oh. I hate midday trading on indices. It's kind of lame. Sometimes it's good. There's a Volamgeddon sort of squeeze. The majority of the market would raise, or only some stocks expected to moon. I mean, the more short it is, the more likely it is to go up, right? So like mid caps and micro caps, small caps, those are all gonna be more leverage short than like big blue chips. Looks like cat was the real play all along. I wish I would have loaded up back in the 160s. Where do you see a top for the time being? Do I dare try to fade it? It's definitely not worth shorting, and I don't know where the top will be. It's already kind of running beyond expectations with today's news. With DN dropping below VN on GME, do you still expect us to touch cross it before OPEX? DN isn't below VN. GN. Oh, GN. Yeah, we could. I mean, a touch of Vega neutral is super bullish, right? Vega neutral would be the floor, though, in this instance where they're slightly diverged. A market crash would definitely see Amazon's price fall. Does Vega neutral seem like Gamma Max for ouchie down downs? Yeah, I mean it's very rare that GME falls below Vega neutral. Nerve drug was a dud. Okay. Sounds like Steve Cohen lost some money. Honestly, I see SPX running back to the 3850 range next week. It could. This is gonna bounce. It looks okay, but it might not. I wouldn't say that this is definitely gonna bounce. This could fall back to like 3710 first. It needs more support in the higher range. Yeah, it looks like it's gonna fall. That's not what I said, Trash. Don't misquote me. Are you starting ups on GME for Monday? Still for ETF FTDs or no? Ups on GME for Monday for ETF FTDs. Yes. I don't think they'll be huge. No, SPX Rex said this is gonna bounce! Exclamation point. Load up on calls. And then I said, no, it's not. It needs more support in the higher range. And then it fell off. The classic bear bull bear trap. Ridiculous. Because I didn't say anything about pineapple pizza. How do calls decay slower when in the money if expiration there is no theta value left either way? Because when they're in the money, the majority of their premium is intrinsic value, right? And so there's less extrinsic value that will decay away. You look sad. Why would I be sad? I'm not sad at all. Wednesday, November 30th, last day of OPEX. Flying back to the USA that day in the morning. Could push to next day. Thoughts? If we get a true OPEX run, maybe, but I have a feeling that all of OPEX will be completed before Thanksgiving. Similar to last year's Freg's Day. I'd be really careful with that. This looks good. A higher low? Slightly. I don't love that. Hmm. That's kind of boring. Was Freg's Day on Thanksgiving last year? It was before Thanksgiving. Freg's Day occurred on Tuesday, November 23rd. Yeah, I think SPX back to like 37, 12, 50. I don't know. It's stabilizing in this range, but it's so close to just dropping off. Maybe it turns around a little bit here. We'll see. Next couple candles, we'll have a better idea. Best advice on mastering emotions, so you can stop chasing and being a degen. Focus on your entries more and less on making money. Good upside entries are generally on declining prices. So if you're buying into rising prices, you're doing it wrong. Just woke up. Anything spicy today? No. I mean, yes and no. The market opened up like 100 BPS, then dropped 100 BPS, then moved up 100 BPS, and then dropped another 100 BPS. Okay, this is starting to look a little better. We break through 37.23, I think. Yeah, this looks bullish. A little more bullish at least. Higher low too. Are you excited for this OPEX? Kinda, yeah. I feel a lot better about it, at least based on the data and stuff. And I really like where liquidity's at. I hope the market makes it till then. It's two, that's 2 very long weeks away. Hey Greg, just got a fake meeting. Any updates on Revlon? Still bullish? Still own it. What's the difference between confirming a bounce before entering and buying into rising prices? Well, confirming a bounce would be like this test where we broke the higher high, right? So we know, stability here is good and buy side pressure is starting to pick up as we move through this period, right? So then you'd be looking to buy on a rejection before another move up, right? Because you've already confirmed the buy side pressure versus, just buying as it breaks out. Even buying as it breaks out is not that bad. Buying once it's already breaking out is really bad. You have a range of opportunity here from, riskier to less risky where you can enter, right? Kid Gurk win Upstart MOASS. Uh-uh. Greg, tell me something good about Upstart. I have YOLO, my savings, rent, and child support money in it. That sounds stupid. He still has a fiduciary responsibility as shareholders. Us. Last time I checked, he's more active on Twitter than at quarterly meetings and has not provided any value to the shareholders. I mean, The stock has provided value to the shareholders. It's still up a lot. None of his guidance or words have provided any value, nor his actions, but the market has. If you feel bullied, wait till we're at GN in a couple weeks. Then you'll really feel bullied. Do you think we'll still have this kind of volatility into mid 2023? We'll see. Possibly. Are you still bullish on Revlon? I still own it. As long as they don't get upstart below 1830, it's okay with me. No, I want it above 1950. Or 20. Ideally 20. Above 20 would be best. Did Victor die with Tesla? No, he was here earlier, asking if Tesla was dead. Intraday is a massive bear flag if you ignore the morning bullshit. There was a bear flag, and then it broke down and then recovered in a higher range. This was the bear flag. Bear pennant. Then it broke down, and now it's recovering in a higher range, which is short-term bullish. This could probably break up and then hopefully higher, then break down and find buy support in a higher range over time. We'll see. I still think there's like a 40% chance we slip this range and fall back to towards 3,700, but bear flag has consolidating. Well, bear flags have stronger buy pressure in the short term, and then it falls off really fast. So bear flags generally happen more rapidly. You get a drop and then a bear pennant, has consolidating buy pressure. Usually after they break down, you find a higher support. And then that breaks down. So this price action is more consistent with a turnaround. Bear flags, usually once they break down, you fall to a new low. Oops. Yeah, this is starting to look a little better. I like it. Tough range, though. Jesus. Wouldn't Fubo 500 million a share? Probably never. SPX 3800 possible today. That seems like a bit much. You want Upstart above 1950 desperately because of your CSPs? I mean, I'm not desperate for it to be above 1950, but I would prefer it. With earnings coming up next week, I think I could buy the stock at a cheaper price. And I'd rather wait the 3 days to buy it. But I mean, if I get a sign today, I get a sign today. It's not a big deal. November has to be a NOPEX, right? It's in the name. You'd think. Same like Inverse Kramer, Popcorn Trader. Do you think Apple slips 130 and brings the market down with it? No? Not right now, at least. Trading spreads lately? A few, yeah. I've been good this week. I have some like bear call spreads that did okay this week. Is Un Decanovapex a joke name to you? No, I just forgot we were using those. If I turn off my computer, will that stop my port from dropping? Absolutely not. For TA, do you ever use other indicators? I mean, most of them are bullshit, right? Sometimes I'll use like MACD on longer time frames, but the rest of them are kind of just nonsense. And if you smooth them enough, they're just telling you lies about the past. So, I mean, it's up to each person ultimately, but most oscillators are fucking nonsense. I usually use like moving average. I don't do a lot of TA, but the TA I do, I use like moving averages, volume, resistances. What is the ETF FTD situation looking like for Fubo? Not very good. It's an IWM. I wouldn't expect there to be too much price action. That's about volume profile and auction theory. I mean, it's not a terrible way to look at market participant behavior. Whole pickles taste better than halves or spears. That is all. Fair enough. Yeah. Chips are pretty good sometimes if they're done right. And it failed. 3709 again. Any thoughts on ICLN as a long-term play? I think this would be oil and natty gas are and will be expensive. I don't know who they are, but I can't imagine they're the best exposure to oil or natural gas. It's a global clean energy index. Uh, yeah, it's not going to stop people from using oil and natural gas, though, right? What is this? It's almost like the index is playing me. I don't know. The fill of the double bottom's actually kind of bullish. I rarely eat pickles, to be honest. Crypto running today reinforces Volamgeddon 2.0 theory. Yeah, it could be if they're turning to crypto to balance margin requirements. I may have prematurely bought Jan 35s, average down a tiny bit, but still red. One more average down coming up. I would wait till after earnings in the IV crush period. That's when I'm gonna do my last like average down of any of my upstart positions. Oh hey, there we go. That's a much better bounce. Oh, for Jimmy, not upstart. Yeah, I think like after ETF FTDs, there should be like a drop in vol and a decent short. So there should be an opportunity. SPX day trading is a ride. Yeah. Best place to eat in New York City, it's for normal people? I don't, what do you mean for normal people? You know, people that aren't you, normal people, not expensive. All restaurants in New York are pretty expensive. I don't know. What do you want? What do you like? What kind of food? He means pores. I mean, like pizza in New York's really like pretty cheap. pizza or like ramen or something like that. Where would you take the cheapest date? Pizza or ramen? It's not 25 fucking dollars a slice. And no, I wouldn't take anyone to a hot dog stand. I want Thai food? You're asking the wrong person. I really don't eat a lot of Thai food. Nice soup kitchens in New York City. Looking for a relaxing trip with the kids. Going on a date to a hot dog stand is so romantic. Is it though? Momentum's starting to pick up a little bit for SPX. I think this looks good. We might actually start moving up now. It's gonna take forever because positioning is really weak, but it does look a little bit better. Watching your date eat a hot dog can be a good measure of futures. So can ramen. Do you like buffets? No, not particularly. I decided to code a multi-view op indicator with deviations. At the moment, I'm thinking 10 customizable VWAPs with 3 deviations each. Do you have any? Oh, Jesus. Get the fuck out of here. Why do you need that many VWAPs? I love VWAP, and still, too far. Here where I live, we have Ostiera Francescana by Massimo Bottura. Yeah, I've always wanted to eat there. More is always better. If you can see the candles through all the stacked VWAPs, then there's not enough. Overkill is the point. So you only need one. You can only have so many. I think you can only have so many indicators open at a time on TradingView. I sent you a DM. Ooh, that looks good. Are those the soup dumplings or? There's a place by me that has really, really, really good soup dumplings. And like the char siu bao. I think like the roast pork buns. Those are fucking amazing. Shanghai Joe's is really good, but I'm not that close to there. Nice meal, whatever. Yes, maybe ramen. Something where you go to eat and are full afterwards. You love the food. without getting food poisoning. Um, hmm. There's this place in the, I guess like the East Village. Fuck. It's like my favorite ramen restaurant. I can never remember the name of it. Misoya? They're pretty decently, like, they're not very expensive. I think they're like Michelin Bib Gourmand, but they don't reflect that in their menu prices. But their ramen's fucking amazing. Some of the other ramen places are a little full of themselves. So it's not too pretentious, but and not crazy overpriced. I'm gonna open a Chinese restaurant named Pump and Dumplings where we MOASS on GMA. Upstart's down 18% this week so far. Cool. It's not $30 for a bowl of soup. The last time I was there, I think it was like 15 for like a bowl of ramen. The appetizers are all pretty cheap too. It's not crazy. It's like probably $20 a person. Here's how you need to ask. Hey, Pi-Fi, where would your mom take you out to eat growing up in New York City? We couldn't afford to eat out most of the time. If we could, like pizza. Pizza or like takeout or something like that. Does anyone have that clip where Girk told me that we could go out for dinner on our anniversary? It's the offer's still on the table, trash. I would never do something like retract it. Girk, just to get this straight, are you saying that GME will most probably get shorted after the ETF FTD period? Yes. That's probably when it will be shorted the hardest. It's being shorted right now, but they will have more liquidity after the ETF FTD period, and thus will likely short it even harder. Do you like dim sum? Yeah, it's pretty good. I'm not a billionaire. If I was a billionaire and I spent my days streaming on YouTube, there would be something seriously fucking wrong with me. Any Jimmy price targets or ETF FTDs on Monday? Could it hit 30? Maybe. 28. It could hit 30, like at the peak volatility. It's hard to say. They pull back a lot of the put positioning today, right? So that negative gamma wall will soften going into Monday. Like at the 27 through $30 strike. So this will close out. And then after that closes out, it gives us more upside potential, but it'll be hard to say how much. And then most of the run from ETF FTDs will probably be done by the time we get data on how much they've pulled it back. I don't own BlackRock. Really? I think most like big streamers are millionaires. Trades is a millionaire. Not from stocks, but from YouTube. When dinner? I have no plans of being in New York City anytime soon, but I can see if the flock will take a detour during our migratory patterns. Whenever, just let me know. DFV kept streaming after his first million. Yeah, it's true. DFV had way more money than people think before GME. I don't think so. He didn't have that much, if I remember correctly. He was pretty fucking all in on GameStop at that point. Like he wasn't broke. He had a decent job, but I mean, the job he had probably paid like six figures, like low six figures somewhere. We could just ask him, DFE, if you're in here, can you tell us how much of your port allocation was GameStop at the time? I just noticed Fubo had a local peak at the start of the SLD period the last 3 months. What would cause the stock to run during SLD rather than OPEX? I said Fubo had a local peak at the start of SLD period the last 3 months. Probably just the market move up into the SLD drop. Just active fund pressure. August 16th is kind of an outlier. Because that was just like a risk off across the entire basket, right? Do you feel answer, but you know his asking price? I have to ban Darth Dan. Part of my work right now is to go through legal documents. I just want to tell everyone to never stop getting store brand credit cards and fake funny names. Looks like you're going to lower your cost basis on Upstart by a lot. Well, If Upstart stays below 1950, I'm gonna almost double down on it. It's not gonna lower my cost basis that much though. I think my cost basis right now is like 22 something, so it's really not gonna drop me that much. It'll probably bring me down to like $20 and change, maybe 21. What do you think of the fractal YouTubers? They're fucking idiots. Why so bullish on Upstart? It was on Reg Show for about 6 weeks, 5 weeks, during which it was shorted quite hard and ran pretty hard a couple times as well. I think there's a bit of an overextended short position on it, and I also think they generated a lot of obligations while it was on Reg Show, so I think it's a good target for OPEX. Wouldn't Fall Guys Discord channel? Never. Also, do you want to play Fall Guys with me? Just booped on the PS4. No. Is that the game with like the thumbs that run around? That seems more like emergency exits kind of deal. What was your go-to order from Chinese takeout when you were poor? Egg rolls and like beef with broccoli. Jimmy $26 calls to scout Monday FTDs. Now okay to enter. It's not terrible. Do you think SPX is gonna pick a direction, or do you think it's done with that for today? It might be done with that for today. Pho or ramen? Ramen. Always ramen. It's not even a question. This guy here, chill. If GB does pop during OPEX, do you see another leg down after similar to last year from November to Feb? Sure. If they get liquidity, a bunch of it, during an OPEX period, which is usually how they get it, then yeah, they'll short the fuck out of it. Could have been a Chinese restaurant that has good egg rolls. Go to all the Chinese restaurants and try their egg rolls. I'm not even sure egg rolls are traditionally Chinese, but I also think they're only really found in like the Northeast. Like, I've never seen them in California and rarely in the Midwest. I know it's not real. That doesn't mean that's not, just because a cuisine has been Americanized or changed from its traditional roots doesn't mean it's not a real cuisine, right? It's just not the same. There's all kinds of Italian food that, you know, Americans eat that's not real Italian food. Egg rolls are not all over Cali. I've never seen one in California. Okay, I will show you the difference between an egg roll and whatever the fuck you guys eat. All right, this is what New York City egg rolls look like. Hold on, I'm trying to find an image of egg rolls in California. Shockingly difficult because this is like I found one. This is like a California egg roll. They're disgusting. Roast pork egg roll, New York City, phenomenal. California egg roll, gross. Tastes like a taquito. They are basically spring rolls because that's what they have in California. Here's another image from a different restaurant of what they call their egg roll. Shit. It's not fun. They're just better here. Check DM for Texas egg roll. That's just a picture of your penis. That's true. Yeah, New York does not have good Mexican food. I'll be the first to admit that. They shouldn't be greasy. Yeah, I've had Vietnamese spring rolls. When do you expect Fubo to get some price improvement? Will we see 5 or 6 before the end of the year? That's possible, yeah. Are you gonna try and day trade the upside of the SPX today? Not really. Um, I have some calls, but they're for next week. I'll probably buy some puts. We seem kind of range bound, which is good and bad. Do you like Vietnamese? I don't like sugar in coffee, so are you talking about that shit that was popular during the pandemic? I'm pretty sure that like spring rolls and stuff traditionally existed long before the chimichanga, like maybe a millennia earlier. 11 months and 5 losing money to Picklefy, even though he gives his picks away for free. Thanks for giving me a reason not to work as hard. Thanks, Mike. Have you ever sat on a stick and pretended you're a corn dog? No? Who was it that was informing you about purchases through the Philadelphia Exchange intraday a few weeks ago? I don't remember. I have the time and sales. I can look at it at any time. Why? Ever tried roti? Yeah, I've had it before. I haven't. I've far more than doubled down on the 4100s. I want to pick their brain about how they got that info. Just the time and sales. Egg rolls are not inherently Chinese. No, they're not. They're like a food they created here in America. But the people running the restaurants are definitely Chinese. They're just, they needed to Americanize their food more because Americans won't eat sweet beef tendon, generally speaking. A lot of the like Chinese takeout dishes in New York are bastardizations of authentic Chinese food that were created to appeal to the American palate in the like 1950s and 60s. That doesn't invalidate their quality as a food though. Like that's how new cuisines are born in a way, right? Yeah, Alfredo's not Italian. There's a lot of Italian foods that we eat in America that are not inherently Italian. Have you ever received an unsolicited egg roll pick at any point? I mean, I just did from Popcorn Trader. Usually they're from JFresh. Caesar salad is Mexican. Yeah. This is the slowest market crash I've ever experienced. Upstart dead? No, just cheap. You should hear what my wife offers me, especially when we were in China. Some of the stuff, definitely not food I'm eating. Yeah, very, very different, very different ingredients. I try to be really open-minded with like trying new things, but there's definitely some Asian food that I just don't have the balls to try. Yeah, like balut. Yeah, that's fuck no. I don't eat brain. That one's a no-no. Oh, well, yeah, because of the prions. What's prions? Never mind. Yeah, I like sushi. Did you think Upstart will lose 25% of its value since Monday? Sure. Upstart's ETF FTDs are basically done, so it makes sense that they would be shorting it, right? I said they're going to short it, probably a bunch before OPEX. Now they're shorting it, and everyone's like, oh my god, what's happening? Why are they shorting it? Computer revving like hard. Revlon VUPs during OPEX? I mean, I don't know how exposure would be realized on the OTC for that. I feel about those SPX calls. The 4100s, they'll probably. I mean, hopefully, I'll be able to sell them for slightly more than they're worth now, but it's unlikely. The November 7 ones, I kind of like. Uh, they're for to carry over the weekend. I have a few more of them also, unless they hit today, in which case maybe I'll take profits on them. But I'll probably use them to set up a bit of a strangle into Monday. between 3750 and 3700. No, I don't think Upstart's gonna have any positive price action for ETF FTDs. I don't think it has very many ETF FTDs next week. Most of its ETF FTDs were done like Monday and Tuesday of this week. Remember, its primary like liquidity ETF was reg showed, so it's the covering of that ETF was offset. Jesus, BBBY got murdered this week. How bad? I haven't looked at it in a while. What's it trading at nowadays? Oof. Yeah, it's rough. Do you see a big rally if core comes back lower next week? Oh, that could happen. Absolutely. Is Power Hour real? Sort of, yeah. I mean, market participation's highest in like the first hour and last hour of the day. The more they short Upstart, it might get back on reg show. Yes, it could. How bullish is that going into OPEX? If it lands on reg show before OPEX, that's super fucking bullish. I don't know if it will, but if it did, that'd be awesome. I saw an article bashing GME today that went out of its way to say that Upstart is worse. Is reg show real? I mean, it's supposed to be. Now I'm hungry. Well, this egg roll talk has made me feel a bit peckish. Am I real? No, I'm a fig Newton of your imagination. Is Koala Hugger writing these articles? Possibly. Is OBV flat? Depends how far you zoom out, Fluffy. Yeah, I mean the consolidation here is a little bit bullish. I mean, we're in a descending wedge. Like kind of here on the 5-minute. Well, either pennant or descending wedge. We'll see. We seem to have some fairly strong long side support in this like kind of tight range between 3750 and 3715 and 3720. But it seems to be really hard for us to break to the upside. So I think we're seeing bullish consolidation, but the buildup is very slow. It's not pronounced pendant. It's pronounced pennant. If you're hungry, I'll come by, but I'm afraid I'm only a snack. Docu below 40. Ooh, really? Huh. Penitent? Jesus Christ. assessors are letting me down as they have continued to let me down. No matter how ridiculous I tell them they are, they still won't ban me. I even told them how I started the whole 741 thing as a joke, but it's not a joke to them anymore. It's scripture. Jimmy, 100K candle is something. I mean, it's more interesting than a lot of the other things that have happened today. Where do you think the floor is for Upstart? I don't know. We'll probably just keep shorting it. I can take a look. Downside support for Upstart. Jesus Christ. The number of puts is insane. I mean, they already drove us through a massive amount of positive gamma at 20. The next one's 1750 is pretty strong. The gamma curve on fucking Upstart is nuts. I will say, if this moves, it's gonna get kind of spicy. Well, just think of it very literally. Think of it like a ramp, like a half pipe or something. Isn't that similar to Rev before delisting? No. Rev's like gamma at each price was weird as fuck. Because all of the call interest on Revlon was at $35. Also, Upstart's not getting delisted. So it's well, as price action moves towards the flip point, it accelerates, right? So the more they short it, the higher the drop off point becomes, right? Just try to think of it really literally. So right now, the price is here. If they short it more, the price will move up higher and higher, which means more acceleration into the flip point, right? At which point it goes under, right? The more acceleration you have, the more chance it has of hitting this place where gamma is relatively flat, right? And if it hits that, price will just keep going, or can't. There's nothing to stop continued price action, right? Upstart's not delisted. Don't try to explain it. It's better this way. This is the exact reason you need your bolometer. No. What's the worst name anyone's ever called you? I don't know. I can't remember. Kevin was pretty bad. EPAM cheap? Relatively, yeah. I mean, it'll be a lot cheaper if there's a market crash. Are we expecting a market crash? I'm expecting it, if not a market crash, a continued downturn into like Q1, Q2 of next year. I think the market will go much lower than we've seen it so far. Whether it'll crash or not, that's kind of up in the air. We're crashing right now, are we? And Baghdaddy, do you miss me? I have to view chess? What? Fubo's earnings was this morning. I think the large candle broke GameStop. We'll see. Maybe we see a bump in DPI again tonight. Fubo had earnings this morning? Yeah, I think so. EPM's earnings were a positive surprise, but it went down. That's illegal. No, it's not. That happens all the time. It's one of the really good reasons to not play earnings. Remember, a lot of EPAM's value that it lost initially was due to the war in Ukraine. And with things not really getting better with that, you know, it could be that investors are becoming more fearful of holding it into a possible recession. Even though they make fucking awesome money. At what price would you half port into Upstart? I wouldn't. I have a set allocation for my Upstart position, which I am going to probably max out by the end of the day. Probably Upstart 12/16/80s. Yeah, well, maybe just there's not a lot of volume at that strike. What an odd contract, especially to buy now, 2 weeks before OPEX. Spy still green. Market crash averted. Well, it was there for a second. What a fucking crazy day. These last few weeks have been nuts. I've never made so much money off straddles. Usually straddles are like, oh, I made 4%. Especially on indices. Can you give a basic rundown of how you decide on allocation for a particular play? It's like a percentage of the portfolio I'm using. Expected risk reward. I made a whopping $50 from my straddle today. How? The market moved up and down 100 BPS like 4 times. Do you think there's a chance that Upstarts has a surprise earnings beat and rips? Or do you think the fact that they announced a layoff via 8K indicates getting out in front of bad news by addressing it? It seems like they're getting out in front of the bad news by addressing it, but it was a materially relevant layoff. It represented a rather large portion of their workforce, so which isn't very many, right? Like they don't have a lot of employees, but I think that had to be reported in an 8K. They didn't really have a choice. I don't think it was like a decision. They were like, oh, well, we could not fire these extra people and not report it. I mean, Upstart has a share buyback on the table, so I'm sure they don't mind the price being lower, especially at all-time lows, right? Add to the weirdness of this market move, Bitcoin is up 2% today. It's been a strange day. Intermeeting can't talk much, just kind of having an episode. Ooh. But why December 80s and not the leap strike? Like when you're playing vol plays, it's better to have ones that are farther dated. Their Vega picks up faster. What do you think Volamgeddon will hit? If it hits, I don't know. Could be 30, 45 days. Let's see how bad the disparity gets. I would make it between 5 and 10% returns from 1 DTE condors on SPX in the past week. Short legs at 0.5. Am I missing something? What do you mean? I mean, it's like an income strategy. It's very risk averse. They generally don't have great returns. Straddles are return directionally, right? So, and when both sides of the straddle print every day, they're very profitable. If Jimmy runs during November OPEX, will they short it back down to current levels again? Probably. Maybe lower. What's the largest animal at the New York Zoo that you think you could fight and win against in unarmed combat? I don't know, maybe like a seal? Like a small seal? They have a polar bear there, but I wouldn't fuck with that shit. I don't know if I could beat up a dolphin. Bipolar bear, but not when he's manic, only when he's depressed. Did you beat up a cougar? I wouldn't fuck with. I don't want to fuck with any animals that have built-in weapons. Right? It's not fair. I don't know. I don't really know anything about Vale, but generally, really high dividend yields either don't last, or they're due to like the company failing. Don't forget that like a 10% dividend like that could be retracted, and then you just own a pile of shit. The market like doesn't like balance. The market likes inefficiency in the government. Yeah, upstart Jan 30. Upstart 30s for Jan. I think it's wise to average down 50s as well. Um, you could. I would wait till after earnings though. I'm not averaging down any more upstart till after earnings. And then I'll buy more, but I'm getting shares, but those don't have theta decay, right? You gotta love how the VIX is down, even though we're way lower than open on SPX. Yeah, the VIX isn't budging. Hypothetically, how many drawers did I need to steal your portfolio? And do you have any missing scales creating a weak point in your hide? I don't. All my scales are intact. It's a little late, but I can be a little shy. I just wanted to say thanks for BBBY during the summer. No problem, man. Congratulations if you did well on it. Hypothetically, why is Docu the worst stock ever? Because their business model is built around something that you can do with a pen. But it's beautiful in its simplicity. Picks fired. Yeah, I'd wait till earnings. At least sell them with the IV spike on earnings, right? I know you said TA on VIX is worthless, but it has a pennant. Nice. I know most people work remote now. Well, a lot of people work remote now, not most, but if Volamgeddon happens again, which side do you think will get squeezed? Long or short vol? One than the other. Well, it's not really short vol that gets squeezed. Long vol gets squeezed. And then short vol sells off. Short volatility squeeze. Market goes hard down. Long volatility squeeze. Market goes up. Then hard down. How are we not talking about midterm elections next week as a potential catalyst? Tons of historical data on how markets fare after midterm elections. Yeah, there's also tons of data that shows that even without the midterm election, the market still fared the same way during that period of the year. Seasonality in the market's greater than a near term election cycle. SPX down, VIX down, Dixie down. Nothing makes sense right now. It's kind of fun. It was foretold in the tea leaves. Sounds accurate. Went full bear. Not yet. My upstart CSVs. I really don't want to spend the price of an Ohio home on upstart today. Maybe a Wyoming home, but not an Ohio home. Ohio homes are 20 grand? No, that's gotta be bullshit. How much do you think Ohio houses cost? I don't know, like 200,000? Any hope for these 4100 SPX November 18 calls? It's rapidly diminishing. I need the market, like, for them to print, the market would have to move up like 300 BPS pretty rapidly in the next like few days. Okay, the market's green. All right, I'm just gonna let it do its thing here for a minute and see if I can find something to eat real fast. I will say that the current trend is looking a little more and more bullish. So if this can keep up and start breaking higher, maybe we see 3750 today. It's close. There's a lot of interest that builds up at 3750 over the last like 20 minutes, but I don't know how much of it is short or long. Just a lot of volume. I'm gonna get you Cali egg rolls. Ew. Let's find 3574 on GME. 3575 or 2575. Sorry. 2574, 25. It's the next increment. Spicy stuff in your inbox. What do you got? Oh, nice. Look how fucked the VIX is. Jesus Christ. You know, Dork, it's days like today that I'm really glad that I hedge my entire port with VIX calls. It doesn't happen often, only every few years, but every once in a while. I'm really, really happy about it. Just go look at the VIX. The market's moved 100 BPS today, 3, and may move another 100 BPS. Let's see, it was 1, so 1, 2, 3, 4, and if it moves back up to 3,800, that'll be 5 like 120 BPS moves. So the fucking VIX isn't moved at all. The VIX doesn't trade anything, so what would there be to internalize? There's no like tradable inventory. VIX dicks? Alright, I'll be right back. Fubo ascending to meet Lady VWAP. Looks like it. Do you think you could take 300 pigeons? I mean, I'd get shit on a lot, but I guess. Rectally? I assume he meant in a fight, but who knows? Are CCs more risky with the potentially increasing volatility of the market? Any thoughts about changing strategy pre-OPEX? No. Arguably, CC's become better with the volatility in the market. And although market volatility should be increasing, it is not. Our Lady VWAP, forgive us our puts and lead us to bullishness. We long to feel your embrace. I know this is a lazy question, but which day looks best for Fubo ETF FTDs this month? I'm pretty sure it's Monday. Let me double check the Russell 2000 ones. Yeah, actually, today and Monday are pretty high for the Russell 2000. Monday is definitely the highest for all of them except for Upstart. Ben, thank you so much, man. Guys, give Ben a big shout out for hooking you up with Cornichon. I appreciate it, dude. Have you checked out the comparison of March to June 2021 on the weekly chart to the current? No? I'm sure there's some similarities. Ben Laden? You were joking about Dole CSP being not even worth it. Yep, they kind of suck. I'm not going to open up more strikes unless there's more volatility, right? Hmm. Ooh, Ben Laden. Me likey. Volamgeddon part 2 happens. Does that mean a pump first, then a dump? Possibly. OPEX could very well be a catalyst, but yeah, it could take weeks, it could take months. You know, it could be a little while. What we're seeing now is the compounding effect of it, though. And it does, you know, the effect is accelerating. Forgot to ask, the Fubo CSVs I have are still green, even this close to expiration, and they are in the money. Is this a cheat code? No. It's just that, you know, the loss of theta from when you sold the contract to now removed more premium from the contract than its current intrinsic value of 15 cents. Whenever you say the trend looking good, my inner degen buys SPX and it's working pretty well so far. I love you, Daddy. Have a great weekend, y'all. Thank you so much, Danny the Infinite Risk. I appreciate it. What's the lowest you see Fubo going, barring a crash? I think the CEO bought in somewhere around like 280. We might see a drop off to the. I guess we could go sub 3 into OPEX. That's possible. Maybe like 283 around there. I would buy more at that point. Yeah, I've thought about it a bit. I've just been busy with the market crashing and meme stocks. But at some point, maybe after the crash or, bottom of the market would be a better time to do that when things are just real boring. This shit's exciting as fuck. Are SPX puts a good buy now? If you have a lot of theta on them. Nearer term ones are kind of risky. My portfolio is falling and can't get up. Do you know how I perform CPR on my dead portfolio? Grateful for your thoughts. The only way to blow up a portfolio is through mismanagement. So stop doing that. Stop YOLOing your whole port into one thing. Focus on building it first. Slow, incremental growth compounded over time until you have enough money to degen YOLO on shit. Then you can degen YOLO on shit because you make enough money every week that it doesn't matter. I know, so boring. Well, if it isn't the consequences of my own actions again. It makes me feel like you guys look to my portfolios as too much of like an indication of what you should do. Remember, I could blow up probably all of your ports, most of your ports, every day and still be okay, right? It's not the same. It's not about being rich. It's about I can take more risk. You need to manage your expectations and you need to manage your risk based on your portfolio size. It's not like a humble brag thing. It's I can take the risk. I'm okay with it. When you're sitting on like a $5,000 port and you're all in on monthly expiration options, it's boring as shit. Don't get me wrong. I know no one likes growing their portfolio really slowly and safely over a long period of time. You gonna do a small port account? Yeah, eventually. Even then, even carefully managing it, you could still blow it up, but you're taking a lot less risk that way. Like, everyone's trying to do this. Right? And really it's more like fuck that. Well, when you try to achieve the first one, yeah, you kind of end up with like this. And then your wife deposits money back in it again for you and you start all over. Like, here, if your P&L on your port looks like this, but these peaks are, you know, and that's a problem. You just outed the entire channel. Dead grandmas are not investing, okay? My grandma actually did die last week. I can't wait till the check hits. I'm sorry to hear that. Daniel Supreme. If you need anyone to talk to, I'm there for you. But like not too much, you know? Probably find a state that doesn't have any assumptions against caretakers. I appreciate it, but the money should adequately console me. Fair enough. Come on, Upstart, you can do it. Only 25 more cents. There's a guy in your Discord that's so depressing, I can't take it. Is it Half Squirt? Is he going off again? He's got to stop using the Discord as his personal fucking emotional punching bag. He's upset about everything. He was fucking miserable when Bobby was $5, and then he was miserable when Bobby was 15. Then he was miserable when it was $5 again. I should probably see a therapist, but instead I don't. I'm not sad or anything. I just think it would be fun to sit on the couches. You know, you could just buy one of those with your next life savings. Go tell him. Don't tell me. I don't care about neurofeedback therapy. I'm super happy. Okay, seriously, dude, SPX is ripping. I know. Remember earlier when I was like, if we don't drop below 3,700 here, we're gonna go to 3,750. Now it's doing it. We're literally living the dream. Win Moon? Is that what you're asking? GAN? I'm looking through the SPY holdings, and they own a lot of great companies. Is it bad that none of them are in my port? Wait, don't you have like a boomer port? Like your responsible investing portfolio? Where you just dump money into a 401k? Like a good little retail investor? In the post-crash environment, do you give CCs a rest for a bit, given the almost inevitable rapid rise in the market in the future? You can. Generally, you just constrain the time frames you sell them in. You don't really have to give them a rest, right? You just have to not get assigned. Or alternatively, you do get assigned. Which isn't always a bad thing. Assignment's not always bad, you know? Yeah, it looks like they're packing their booth full with GME. Anyone depressed might want to check out cat videos. Been around for decades. So many data points, they got it down to a science. I mean, I get it. Losses are tough. Not everyone handles them well. I'm okay with that, but there's got to be like a line, right? Like you can only cry, use the Discord to like cry and whine about your losses for so long before it's just insufferable. Like no one here is a therapist, and even if they are a therapist, he's not their patient, right? That's called trauma dumping. Whatever. It's annoying. Get your shit together, half squart. I've only been winning since you started streaming SPX. Interesting. I hate seeing clients, so don't do it anymore. Ooh. I like this. I think this run's gonna keep up for a little bit. Big fan. Thank God I massively over leveraged myself into SPX 4100s. They hunting? Hard to say. I think so. I think we push up more. I don't know if we'll retest 3800. That seems like a stretch, but .7, 0.9 Delta VIX calls, 120 DTE, and just on going on with everyday life is the best way to beat the stress of a possible crash. Yes, and it's a way of beating the stress of a possible crash. I've needed CC premiums to pay some bills, so I'm just going to keep on selling CCs, playing OPEX, and let the VIX hedge be there. Thanks as always. Nice plan, man. Thank you so much, Johnny. If volatility shorts get squeezed, it'll probably cause the VIX to rise. That's actually a very good indication of long vol being squeezed, is the VIX rising while the market is rising. Consistently. Because statistically, that's very, very unlikely to occur over any relevant time period. Well, Jimmy looking quite spicy. I like it. I'm a pretty big fan. I'm wondering if I should get some exposure for Monday. Or am I just going to sell covered calls? Probably just covered calls. I'm a cognitive behavioral therapist and I'm accepting new Revlon clients. We work on disassociating feelings from words like lipstick, Perelman, and finna squart. Thank you so much, Diamond Dickie Dan. If you could buy only one thing to hedge your port, would it be long dated, out of the money VIX calls? It would be closer date, long dated, in the money VIX calls. SPX puts with time. How far out of the money would you go? I mean, reasonably, no more than like 10 to 20%. If I was being very conservative. If I was degenning into a crash play, maybe further out of the money. But obviously, that carries its own set of risk, right? And the theta cost is higher. I bought calls on Apple under 135 today. Go take a look at VAN on that bad boy. Oh, Jesus. Ow. I was going to average down some Apple calls today. Price action we are seeing into the end of the day. Do you think we will continue to see VUPs for SPX next week? I hope so. I mean, that'll depend a lot on the positioning today, but yeah, I think that's more than possible. Apple. Ooh, interesting. It's kind of cool. Oh. I think you meant a different indicator, but that's fucking crazy. That's yesterday's? Yeah, we're not updated for today. I like that. More Apple calls? I have a lot. What do I need Apple to hit right now? Hold on. I'm gonna go mentally masturbate myself with the option strat real quick. Oh man, I don't even need Apple to go up that much. 10% over the next 14 days? Not even. I only needed to go up 3%, really, over the next 4 days. Not bad. Thank you, Patrick Swayze. Thank you, guys. Gesundheit? Jimmy looks like it was CNS grinding, then a bump. Is this good? 5 minutes out from CNS close. Seems bullish. I like it. I am also the S&P because I am standard and poor. Ah, yes, Dan Weekly's Arama. How are your puts? Gherk 5. Dan Weekly's Arama 1. I gave you 1. Why are you still holding them then? PDT? Why would you trade options? Never mind. Check your DMs. I left you a present. Ah, J Fresh. We're gonna be so rich. It's not GME. It's not a stock. It's data stuff. We're gonna be rich enough that I'm gonna mod you. Louvre is going on strike. Again? Jeffresh found the Powerball numbers. I already gave you guys the Powerball numbers. This is gonna drive Stefan crazy. Any thoughts on any plays for Trump announcing his 2024 candidacy? DWAC? Is he gonna live long enough to run for president? That's like 2 more years. I mean, I know he's rich, but is Biden? I mean, probably not. Although Biden's not fat, so, you know, statistically he has a better shot. He's just older. I don't think Biden's gonna run. He's like old as shit now. How come we only get old presidents and politicians? Because they're the only rich people bored enough to run for office. I've seen Biden run. He's just not very fast. Listen, I've seen a lot of dudes that are 6'3" and 230 pounds. Trump is not one of them. We've been through Reagan. If he can run the country while in cognitive decline, so can Biden. True. It's not that, I feel like the job's really not that hard. It's only hard if you try to accomplish things, right? If you just chill in the White House for 4 years or 8, it's probably pretty easy. I want you to pour one out for the mods. We're having to manage chat right now. I assume the 6'3", 230 pound statement was a joke, but who knows? Selling Theta on Fubo is OP. It's kind of fun, yeah. I won't unsubscribe, but you lost my vote for Secretary of Defense. Shit. I totally could have done it. We would have so many proxy wars. I know he's pretty tall, or I think he is, but I don't think he's that tall. He's like 6 foot or something. I know he gave a speech at my school one year. I didn't go though. It was like a long time ago. I'm gonna be so happy for you if Upstart ends above 20. You're not gonna. I mean, it's already above 1950, which I'm really happy about. 20 is just would just be icing on the cake at this point. $9% on weekly CSV, and if you get assigned, you can sell weekly CCs for 5 to 6%. Low cost means you can quickly compound the amount of contracts you sell per week. Poors and dumbs take note. I know, that's why I found Fubo so attractive in the first place. Natty is the most bearish long holder I've ever met. You'd think they're short. I mean, Natty is frequently short this stock that he's bullish on. So, yeah, I mean, I get it as a seller of covered calls myself. Full port into Upstart? No, but I'll be. I mean, at this price, I'm still buying like 7,500 shares. But not 10,000, so that's cool. End of day on the expiration date. I mean, assignment can happen as late as like Saturday. Depends on your brokerage. Some brokers it's longer, some it's shorter. If you're with Fidelity, they'll just, if you're in the money, you're getting assigned no matter what. I'm getting 2,800 upstart today. Nice. I'll just sell covered calls on it next week. And then if they blow out earnings, whatever. I mean, if it does end up above 20, then I won't probably get assigned on all of them. But I might still get I'll get assigned on the 2050s. I really doubt that we're going to go above 2050 before close. That'd be quite the run. And SPX did it. Now up almost 100 basis points. God, I wish the market would stay like this forever. Hmm. SPX thoughts? Well, let's see if it holds the like bullish trend. Out for the rest of the day. Later, trash. See you this weekend. The options market doesn't close till 4:15, so some of after hours counts. Why would I tell you that, DC Varex? What's the learning method you have mentioned in the past called again? Named after the creator, from what I recall. Thanks. Socratic method? Or maybe like the Feynman technique? That's not how you spell it. But no, it's not where you do the come here motion with your fingers. Nice, McLawn Johnson. Congratulations, dude. Oh. Named after Richard Feynman, who is a Nobel Prize winning physicist. Sweet, is SPX done today? Good question. Close, not quite. Might have like one more little bump left in it. No, I don't. I was enrolled in a master's program, but I'm currently taking a semester off because they hadn't entrapped me by forcing me to pay tuition ahead of time this semester. I may or may not return to the program at a later date. Uh, but that was for a master's in financial engineering. I'm sure Europe has an equivalent. It wouldn't be an MBA. An MBA is business administration, which is very different. No, I'm not a physicist. What's your go-to instant ramen flavor? I don't eat instant ramen because the noodles are really bad for you, but I make my own. So I buy like actual ramen noodles and then I take better than bouillon and I make chicken, like chicken flavored ramen, which would be my go-to instant flavor. I put some like scallion in it and stuff, maybe a little egg. So there's like a petroleum derivative they use to like prevent the noodles from rotting, I think. And you can't digest it. So when you eat like instant ramen, it just sits in your stomach for like quite a long time. THBQ, that's the one. It's also a carcinogen. That's what the layman calls dropping out. Well, my interest in continuing through that program has waned. I mean, even the jobs that degree would qualify me for are either jobs I can already get with my current experience and knowledge, or Jobs I wouldn't want to do because they pay far less than I make already. No, not like when you swallow gum. Simply, your stomach acid can't break down the noodles effectively. Do you even need a job anymore at this point? No, not really. But I'd lose my mind if I didn't have something to do every day. Really random. How's your buddy you got the house from doing? So after he sent me the bagels and I spent that night over there having dinner, I haven't heard from him again. So I have no idea. No, gum doesn't stay in your stomach for 7 years. You just poop it out. Ooh. SPX might be doing a little better than just hanging out in this price range. It might be stabilizing in this price range. Bullish. Back to spot. I mean, I doubt it. Bullish enough not to close your Monday calls? That's a different question that I don't know if I'm prepared to answer. I should probably close them, but there's a part of me that simply wants to use them to straddle because they're at the money now. But they're not like far enough dated, generally speaking, for me to use them for a straddle position. Yeah, in the money's a little nicer. Roll. WeBull doesn't have a roll, and if I close them, the cash won't settle. My other ones I could roll. Yeah, I mean, I could roll some of them. I'll see how the rest of the day goes. There's still 30 minutes. With such low liquidity, wouldn't the rest of the day... Wouldn't Volamgeddon cause some wild VOPs? Oh, probably, yeah. And then wild dumps, too. Look at the cow on the daily chart. This run-up was the most violent since its COVID recovery. Their earnings were really good. And then, you know, they got a $1.38 billion contract today. They announced it, I think. So, on top of their really good earnings, Cat's the best. Still holding on to those 4,100 calls. Well, they're for November 18th. They have a shot. They have a shot at living the dream. I probably need the market to go up quite a bit, though. What's my cost basis on these right now? $6? Jesus fucking Christ. What are they? November 18, 4,100s. I would need the market to test 39.50. Well, no. To break even, I'm going to need a test of 38.80 by Monday morning. If it goes above that, they're pretty profitable. Really cutting it close, though. Ooh, I was right. The market did stabilize in this level. I mean, I'd be okay with selling them back at like a 10% loss, even. That would be even much better than taking the full 60% hit. They're up a lot from where they were earlier today. They were down like 90% at one point. Do you like this price action for GME calls on Monday? I mean, I'm probably not going to get any, but it seems good. I'm just going to use Monday to sell covered calls, I think. I really don't want to buy into the upside and try to manage doing both. Because if I'm going to sell covered calls, I'm going to sell a lot of them. And I'm going to need to use that brief window to try to get as many sold as I feasibly can. You know what really pisses me off, Duxton, is I had 4,100s and 4,000s, and I set a stop on my 4,000s and made like 60% profits on them. And I forgot to set a stop on these 4,100s. I didn't realize I bought so many in WeBull. And so now they're just the fucking worst. I do that a lot with this account, though. I need to figure out a better way of managing that. Thanks, Dork, for liking the stream for MOASS. I'm thinking 30s for 1118. A little bit of volatility, a little bit of maybe delta exposure. Not bad. Kind of right in the middle. More ups, Dan. More ups. You really should consider not using a PDT account if you're under 25 grand. Yeah, because then it limits the amount of trading you can do intraday, but you also settle out the next day. So you can trade more frequently over a period of time. PDT sucks. It's just the stupidest fucking rule. I don't want my shares loaned out. So DRS them. Are you gonna play alongside of ETF FTDs or only CCs? I think only CCs, just because there's not a lot of them. I mean, there's a decent number, but it's not a ton. It's like 1.6 million. Yeah. So I'll probably just play the short side with CCs. I don't want to try to like every time I do that, every time I play the long side of like the smaller movements, I always get stuck like I'm selling CCs and then my calls are slipping out of the money. And with 1.6 million FTDs, it may be sustained a little longer, but it may not be long enough. And they always fucking halt us now because our price is so low. Like on Monday, I got blown out on like half the weeklies I bought because it halted right as my calls were stopping out. And so I had to reset the calls for after the halt, and then I lost like 50%. I still made money on them, but like a lot of unrealized gains were lost on the slippage. It's much easier just to sell covered calls. And I need to sell a lot on Monday if I'm going to build up a decent sized OPEX position. How are you positioned on Apple? I have like a bunch of December 170s and 165s, and I have some November 18 165s, which aren't so hot. Google seems like a good buy here. I didn't expect it to slip to 85 so quickly. I bought some at 85, but I only have 2,000 of the 5,000 shares of Google I want to DCA into. So take that into consideration. I mean, like I think lower opportunities will be available over the next couple of quarters. Are you looking to sell GME CCs for 11.11 or 11.18 or both? I'll probably have to do both depending on the spreads. I can't sell like all my CCs at one strike, right? There's usually never enough liquidity. And if I do, I get like a ton of slippage in the bid. Usually I have to break it up. So usually I have to like sell like some like for 11.11 and then some for 11.18. And then obviously since these are farther dated, these are going to be like way out of the money. Like 40s, 45s, 35s probably. And then these will be closer to or at the money. So like depending on how far we run, but like 35, like 32, 50, 30. You are the OI? I mean, I can only sell. Well, that's not true. I'm probably only going to sell like 1,000 contracts. Um, sorry, I think I missed a Ko-Fi. 1 second. Fi Riku, check your DMs, you drunk son of a bitch. Stop sending me videos. Oh man, you're totally shitty. Well, we've been at war in the past. I appreciate him. Riku to the Dans, Lady View Up, Trash Dan, Mr. Five Pie, P. Darth Dan. Thank you so much, President Darth Dan. I'll watch it after the stream, so you can't see my facial reactions. Did you cut your Monday short hedge? No? I haven't bought it yet. Like the other side of the straddle? How do you think November OPEX will affect the market? The rip before the dip? Maybe. It could be. It could be. Yeah, actually, it very well could be. I would expect that the end of month contracts would be more relevant to the market, but sure. I don't know if the market can withstand another rollover of JPM's massive fucking collar. I can't wait for the entire chat blaming Gherkin 1140 on Monday. If it doesn't do this brief run, everyone's 100% on now. I mean, I don't think it's going to be very big. It's pretty small as far as the FTDs go. It's like it's not terrible. It's way better than September and October ETF FTDs were, but it's still only just the one day, which kind of sucks. People want to see the most recent chug. Give them what they want. Re-queue. But it's already been posted. Dave of the Pigeon Wheel, Dave's already added everybody in your various stages of drunk. Market's ripping again. Ugh, predicting the future. This is great. What? I have been DCAing the 4100s. Was this aggressive SPY price movement in a close say signal about what to expect next week? Absolutely nothing. All right, only have a $200 loss. Was down 600 at some point. Sheesh. What's the VIX doing? Oh, hey, the VIX moved up a little bit on that run. Hmm. Fucking love stocks, man. Why would the VIX move upward? Move up on an upward run in the market. Oh, Stefan. What about bonds? Do you love bonds too? No, that market looks like garbage. Do we see the updated SPX price versus GEX chart again today? I don't think I have another update. I shouldn't have one until after market close. I'll post the end of the day one in the Discord. But yeah, I don't think I have one. Maybe I do. No. Wait. Gamma's getting pretty flat on SPX up to the flip point, which is higher. That's a good sign. Looks like the flip is at 38.37, roughly. So Gamma's flattening out. It's pretty good. A lot of that upside negative Gamma is well, don't forget when you cross the Gamma flip point, then the upside Gamma flips positive. What was once negative would then be positive. Greg likes to tease poor little Stefan with his big port. That's not what it's about. It's Stefan acts like he wants to know all this shit, but the things he like digs into, and I repeatedly tell him are useless, don't yield any of the answers he's looking for. So I'm trying to get him to look at it a different way. Jimmy going for green end of day? Maybe. Oh, do me. Fuck you, upstart. Stefan's like that kid in college who like eats up all of the professor's free hours. Did you ever have to go to like office hours for one of your professors? Stefan's a kid that's always there. Professors hate that guy. I know. Asks for extra homework. Was that guy? Me too. I had one of my professors once who was like, "Why do you care so much?" Oh God, I would never want to teach you OChem. Did you choose Charmander or Bulbasaur? Squirtle. Organic chemistry isn't anybody's best subject. Even the people that get A's in it. I actually like having those students there. Most students hate that I'm trying to teach them math. So the ones that ask a lot of questions are fun to have around, I suppose. So imagine my position if those questions would make them money. How did you juggle spending so much time with your professors and your 3 girlfriends, Stefan? Schnapps. Also, one of the students is Kendro. How many people had to work full time while they were in college? All right, Sads, enjoy the toilet. A firm just pulled its $350 million bond offering, according to BBG. Ooh, spicy. Same like not wanting to blow up their port. The trick is to post the hours on the door and never show up. Blame it on the research lab funding. Win-win. Stefan, you're like a hemorrhoid, man. I try everything. I can't get rid of you. Jimmy finished squat on Monday. Yeah. I sold Drugs through college worked out pretty well. Nice, Mr. Connor Berry. Selling drugs is a great job unless you get caught. Thank you, Asha. I assume that nobody's attempted to pretend to be you today, so that was nice. What are you doing tomorrow? Same thing I do every day. Thanks for sharing so much of your knowledge over the past year. Another successful week of selling CCs. Awesome, Bo. Congratulations, man. So much upstart. Maybe the market will keep ripping into after hours and I won't get assigned on all of it. If we're gonna do this classroom analogy, Kendra is the guy who goes up to the presentation, do a presentation in class, and his bestiality collection accidentally opens on the projector. He just stands there with a straight face while the whole class watches some chick get railed by a horse. This sounds like a story that you lived, Daniel Supreme. I remember I went into one of the lecture halls like after the class because I thought I left my phone in there, and the TA was watching X Hamster on the projector screen. I'm started at $20. No, it's at 1961. Anyway, ding ding. Yeah, nice market rally into close. I really like to see that. Looks like we got a little bit of long build up to the upside, and we're hitting kind of a flat area of gamma from about 2780 to 2820. Hopefully if we can cross that going into Monday morning, or we gap up and open above it, I think the market could see like another rally up towards like the 3900 range, provided some call interest comes in. I think we might be starting to see some of the effects of these short long volatility positions being squeezed out, or short sellers being squeezed out in the market. The reaction to a margin call, or lenders calling back their shares, is to short heavily, right? So very, very hard as you feasibly can, to try to drive the spot price down as much as possible before covering. Not only does this encourage long holders to sell off, helping you drop the price lower, but when you do start covering, you're covering in a range where the price isn't super attractive to other participants, right? And so it gives you like a little window where you can cover without attracting too much attention. Now, don't get me wrong, if you're covering a lot, you're going to blow through that window really, really quickly, and people are going to take notice, and that's going to accelerate momentum upward. But it is still advantageous to short before you cover in almost every scenario. So the shorting we're seeing on Fubo, GME, Upstart, the SPX even, I'm not super concerned with right now. And if you notice, very little effect on the VIX due to this these massive drops in the SPX over the course of the day. I think that's something we're going to see persist probably into next week, with risk still extremely mispriced in the market, maybe all the way through OPEX, and OPEX could be a catalyzing event one way or another. But we'll see. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. I will have the member stream on Sunday, 12:30 p.m. usual time. Everyone have a great weekend, and for the rest of you, I'll see you Monday morning. Bye, guys.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
It's yours?
No,
Your mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must
Must have what?
Look,
Oh
Daddy,
shit!
come
Thank
here.
you so much, Bo, for becoming a billionaire, man. Hit me up on the Discord, and
You all right?
Brett, if Stefan is a
I
hemorrhoid,
love by
Kendra is a
watching you.
whitehead.
Parents who buy weeklies have
Yeah.
children who buy weeklies.
We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle fiend fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Rico. Sit, Krian. Sit. Good dog.
Hydrate!
Hydrate!
Did you get any of that?
It's a good show.
Not an advisor. Frigulon.